walk on stage and I feel the love and the energy. It's like nothing I felt any other place.
I think we're seeing more than ever that technology is really at the intersection of what might truly disrupt and change the social conversation and hopefully the institutions that have kept so many people down. And Lesbians Who Tech is leading the charge.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to, this is day 3 of your Lesbians Who Tech, not IRL Pride Summit. And we are super excited to be kicking day 3 off with this badass panel. The title of our conversation is going to be implementing technology and keeping it safe. But I know that just from the conversations we've had as a group before this is going to be a fun and broad-ranging conversation to start your Wednesday off. And so I want to just quickly intro you to our panelists this morning, and then we're going to dive just straight into our conversation. So we have Leilani Farrell, who's a SVP of Cyber Portfolio Management at Bank of America. We had Cindy Finkelman, who's a CIO at FactSet, and Stephanie Tan, who's the CISO for Marcus by Goldman Sachs. So we are in esteemed company this morning. 3 badass people who know what they're talking about. So with that, I will keep it quiet and ask you our first question to kick us off, which is, how do you prioritize, right? How do you kind of know what to fund, know what to put money behind, and how do you kind of make those tough trade-offs and decisions in your roles? Who wants to jump in first?
I'll take that, Carrie. Thanks. Or at least I'll start it. So, you know, at FactSet, we have many factors that go into establishing and prioritizing our security program. You know, we consider what our current posture is and where we want to be from a target perspective. We consider the state of the security organization, the people and the skills that we have to do the work, as well as access to talent in the marketplace. We consider the business needs, right? So FactSet serves financial marketplace, and so certain regulations that dictate that financial marketplace, we are very much aware of as we serve our clients. I would say we also pay attention to the cyber world, right? And what's going on out there in terms of threats and activities. And we also think about our risk tolerance as a company. And we sort of put all that together, and we think, you know, in terms of our funding and sort of what is the most commercial program that we can create in concert with our business and technology leaders across the firm. So I'll throw that as the starting point and offer my colleagues here an opportunity to jump in on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in next. Hi, I'm Leilani. I'm excited to be here. Thanks for that great intro, Carrie. You as well are a badass individual, so don't leave yourself out of that. I just want to add to your point, Cindy, the security posture is really important at Bank of America and the firms I've been at, but also that active and passive risk management, right? The active where you're being reactionary to the market or reactionary to some implementation or threat. Passive being the plan, things that you had on your list back in when you were doing 2020 planning at the summer of last year, right? So I also want to make sure that we I'm sure at all industries want to make sure that there's that fine balance of being active with management of what's come up and the controls that are in place to catch those things, but also that kind of passive or those planned activities that you had intended to prevent or promote your security. Stephanie, did you have more to add to that?
Yeah, sure. So I think what Cindy and Leilani are saying helps you identify what we need to do, which ones, what we must do, what we should do, what we could do. And I want to kind of pivot a bit to say, how do I actually get people to decide to put money and time towards something that we've shortlisted? And I think about a time where I think of it as I want to get all of my stakeholders to want it too, not something that we have to do because like a regulator said we had to, or there's some horrible public relations issue we have to address. But I think of it as like one time I remember going through 150 RFPs to go and inventory all of them and say 80% of our customers asked for this feature and we said no. Sales, are you okay with that? Or something like our contact center. Our customers have been calling in about this issue. I want it as well. It's good for security, but all of these people have been calling in on it. So how do I get all these different stakeholder groups to suddenly want something? And I create that kind of community to just push it forward and say, we should invest in this thing because we should, and we'll make more money or we'll get fewer complaints about it.
I think that's an important point, Stephanie, because it's critical to have that buy-in across the company for the security agenda and for maturing the posture across the firm, right? And when it becomes, the technology leader or the CISO's job only, then it's much harder to get it across the finish line, and it's much harder to get funding for, right? And it's certainly sometimes one of the first things that gets cut, right? So I think it's just that buy-in and that understanding, of why the agenda is so important is I think critical.
And I mean, I think to continue pulling on that thread, Cindy and Stephanie, you guys said something important, right? So the customers, 80% of the customers have been asking for this. Is it fit for purpose for everyone? Just the 80? Are we looking at 10? Or what are we looking at? So making sure that we are looking at those checks and balances about what is the order of importance of hitting that 80%. Again, the fit for purpose of the things that I thought of back when we were kind of identifying or planning to implement something is really important. But again, that buy-in, right? We all were pulling from that one pool of money. So we have to really all pull that ship to steer it towards that highest priority, or those things that are in the pipeline that we forgot about and put aside. How do we resurrect those to be then the priority or something that was important to us, for us now, or that we would fund? So I think those are really great points about the prioritization and funding, because if we don't get that right, it's everything's in the backlog, and you never really go back and look at it. And that's, it's for those that have thought of the ideas and have been put in the backlog, those folks still think about it, right? So you want to make sure that we're looking at it holistically, not only from 1 to 10 top priorities, but also pipeline, backlog, and things that we planned.
Well, one last point is also, right, and I think we all talked about it, is the commerciality of what we're trying to do, right? And I think, all technology professionals, whether we're talking about security or whatever, we have to make sure that we come to the table with an appreciation for the commercialness of what we're doing, right?
Yeah. And I think, Stephanie, you had mentioned something where it had to cut across. So there was a tool or an application that needed to cut across multiple organizations or multiple pillars that then makes it, we're reaching the broad audience of what they expected. So yeah, we definitely should continue that, because that narrow mindset of what it used to be for and now what it should be for, what it could be for, right? Those are the things that as CISO, I'm sure, and as CIO, you want to definitely have those lenses. But for my teams, I manage project managers that execute on the work. And sometimes from the bottom up, we're like, we did that 3 months ago. Why didn't we put these projects together, right? Maybe we should make those recommendations. So my teams will sometimes bring those types of recommendations to bundle some of the work that either, they're titled 2019 work, 2020 work, where we can garner not only the ideas from the engineers and the developers, but also from the folks that the portfolio leads, program managers that are executing on the work too.
That's a really good point. Like many times I find the engineers themselves know what would be a great feature to add or a different option to do, and we have to like tap that resource.
Yeah, I want to pick up on something you mentioned, all of you, I think, that you touched on, which is like how do you get people to care, right? How do you get, and I think we sort of talked a bit about executives and how we make this like a commercial priority, and we kind of align with those drivers. But what about, kind of from the ground up, like how do we kind of make security everybody's job? And what are some ways that you've seen that have been really effective in getting people to, at all levels in your organizations, to get an appreciation for the importance of security?
I think one of the key components that we've defined for our security program and really our objectives as a whole is to drive a security-minded culture throughout the organization. And we think at FactSet about our organizational goals and the culture that we have, and we have a very self-service oriented culture. So whether it's, product development or engineering or sales or HR or finance, everybody's sort of in that self-service mindset at our company. And so we are trying to instill components and concepts of security in every single company. And when you think about it, one of the biggest, sort of risks to the organization is your employee population and not being as security aware as perhaps they need to be. And so how do you drive that security mindedness throughout the company so that exactly what you just said, Carrie, it's not just the executives' problem to solve for security, or it's not just that central security group sitting over there, but it's throughout the entire organization that people feel a responsibility as part of a citizen of the company to be security minded, to not phishing email, right? To not let, sensitive information be, sort of go outside the company in an inappropriate manner, etc. Right? How do we develop products in a secure way? How do we make sure that we let engineers do a lot of the security work for themselves in a self-service mode, if you will? So all of that for us is some of the things that we are doing to try to make security everyone's job and not just a handful of people's jobs.
Yeah, and I think, Cindy, you bring up a good point about the mindset from each individual group, but it also changes, right, from our security posture as we're all now working from home, right?
Oh.
Us as a firm, I don't know that we'd ever imagined that we were all going to, at some point, all work from home, and the infrastructure and the security and the mindset of that, then, the nuanced changes of today will change that. My really easy example is I have a 5-year-old. I've changed her password twice because she's looked over my shoulder to figure out what the password was. So like all of that, depending on where you come from, and she's quite precocious. So I don't know where she gets that from, but I think also education, I think that's important. You bring up a point where self-service, right? If you're educating yourself from the, I'm sure everyone's been getting thousands of links from your organizations about security and about health and about, so that self-education and making it part of your job and your DNA to just close down your laptop, make sure no one little is looking over your shoulder, any of those types of things, right? I think will also contribute to kind of trying to build that security culture, no matter where you are.
So Leilani, I think you have a future hacker that you're raising there.
Nice.
So when I think about the culture, I think about, okay, so the security person is pushing some agenda that the business wants us to do. And I think back to a time when I was working for a startup that went public and then landed a major partnership with a really big financial institution that wanted us to grow up. very fast in under a year because we wanted that business. And so I thought about like 3 things that I did to help with that culture adaptation. One was I made sure I got a security marketing budget for me to use at will. It was only like $3,000. It actually went a long way. The second one was it wasn't security that was pushing this agenda. I created a cartoon character called the Security Shepherd. It's a dog with slightly menacing but friendly eyes. And so the Security Shepherd is always the one that was saying, all of your 8-character passwords, gone. No more personal laptops to access the corporate network, gone. Now you have to carry a token, done. You can't access personal email anymore. Sorry, the Security Shepherd said it. It wasn't Stephanie. So a whole bunch of these things that we had to do very quickly in just 3 months. Imagine buying the tools, installing tools, configuring them, rolling them out, and then getting the company to adapt to that level of change. And so that's the second thing, is the character is the one that was doing it. And then the third one was to try and win hearts and minds. So the security team, we went out and bought 50 lockpicking sets. And we created a company-wide initiative where we would teach everyone to lockpick. And in that lockpicking session, we relate every single thing the Security Shepherd was rolling out to what they were actually physically doing in the lockpicking exercise. And then we would have a contest on the person that unlocked the 5 master locks the fastest would win a lockpicking set and a cup that said Security Shepherd. So it's, I think, creating, by the way, the fastest person was one of the contact center agents, and then the second one in another region was a sales agent. So they actually were faster as new lock pickers than the security people and teachers themselves. That was shocking. I don't even know what that says about the company, but it was great. And people didn't actually feel like angry or at the security team for doing all these things to them. I think people understood and were more embracing of it. Plus, they had that fun time with us to do and learn some neat tricks. So culture adaptation helps. So Leilani, I think your 5-year-old pick lockpicking set next.
Yeah, I think it's important, right, to understand your organization and how do you get in the hearts and minds of people, right? But I think we're all sort of saying the same thing, security, has to be broadly, sort of understood and embraced in the organization and not just, the handful of several to get the job done. And I think that's just so important. And I think, the other thing we've been talking about is security literacy. So, what does that mean, right? To have a basic understanding of security concepts, right? What does it mean to, to safely secure the enterprise at a very just high level conceptual? I'm not talking about the detailed bits and bytes, right? But, in the specific technologies, but what does that mean? What is a security vulnerability? Why do we monitor certain parts of the organization, right? Having, I think, the concepts there, even just to have the risk management concepts, I think are super important for all technology professionals to have in their bag of tricks, their toolkit, if you will. And so we regularly encourage people to learn, and think about risk management. It's funny, we just released a video in the company about risk management. It's a quick hit video, but it's about, thinking about what can go wrong and sort of making sure that you escalate that, within the organization, right? Just basic, I'm talking about basic concepts. So I think about security literacy, and I think about that being important for everyone.
And I think, Cindy, not even, or just generally not even putting a title on it, right? Do people know that you are potentially already security literate, right? With your access management, vulnerability management, right? We have titles for them, but things that roll into it, access management is that, your password and login externally and internally, vulnerability management, insider threat, right? So I'm sure everyone's firm. I know that Bank of America, we try to do the internal phishing emails, right? Yep. So that insider threat analysis. So we might, although we might not, or we might think we are, or we might not think we are, but there are some security literate things that you may or may not know you already have in your tool belt, or that you've already been utilizing. But to your point, there's it's such a cybersecurity is so broad too, with risk management. I'm sure there are the OCC and audit and compliance things that we need to abide by, which also kind of push us into security literacy, right? And making sure that the things that we're working on are compliant to those things. So I think to your point, it's really important to, again, it goes back to that education, right? So that we need to continue to educate ourselves about the security literacy of our organizations internally, but also just around us, or have security awareness.
Right. I'm imagining a children's book with a security shepherd. The Adventures of the Security Shepherd feels like something that needs to happen.
And like a small stuffed animal that goes along with purchasing the book.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I like where this is going.
Oh, yeah. That's a great idea.
Yeah. Invented here at Lesbians Who Tech.
Yeah, right. Well, I guess that's a backup career for anybody who wants it, but thinking about where you are today in your careers and how you got here, just with kind of 5 minutes left of our panel, although I feel like we could talk all day about this. Maybe give folks out there who might be listening in a sense of kind of how you got to where you got to. What kind of like a career advice might you give? And what was your kind of breakout role or your sort of pivotal moment in your career where, that kind of led you to where you are today on your career path? Can you, each of you, kind of give us a sense of that?
So for me,
Definitely go for it.
So coincidentally, Leilani and Cindy are at the upper two corners, and they both seeing at me on Zoom. So I was like, oh, okay. So for me, I feel like my breakout role was when I was going to work as head of security for the first time ever in my life at a company called Blackboard. And I remember going, wow, they want me to be head of security, and I don't really know what I'm doing. They're entrusting me with this role. How do I do roadmap? How do I identify and prioritize? How do I identify what I even want to ask for? All the application security tools, how do I do all of that, right? So it's like you have all this knowledge everywhere, but how do you bring it together, and what does it mean to be head of security? And I remember that time between the two jobs when I left my prior role and then I was joining Blackboard, that was, I think I had 4 weeks. That was 4 weeks of ramp up. I actually worked the entire time, acquired a lot of knowledge, read everything on OWASP, and made like roadmaps, everything. So on the day one, I had a ready-made plan. I already read Harvard Business Review's first 90 days. I was like ready to go. So I felt like that was like the scariest breakout role for me. And that's when I knew that was like the right role to be in.
Sometimes the scariest is often the best because it stresses, yes. Right? So my breakout role was earlier on in my career. I was asked to step out of my current job as a network software engineering manager, and I went to lead a large data center implementation. This was a while ago because not too many companies are building data centers these days, but unless you work for AWS or Microsoft. But I couldn't understand why they wanted me to do this, very much like what you said. I didn't know enough subject matter. And the person who asked me to take this role on was like, are you kidding? You're going to learn so much, but you have a lot of the leadership skills that I need. Plus you have good technology experiences and you have good connections across the organization. So, go make it happen. I ended up taking the job only after a lot of his persuasion. And it was the best thing I ever did because it really stretched me and added to my bag of tricks. And, I often talk to people about, do you have a big bag of tricks? Have you done lots of different jobs? Do you stretch yourself? And this was by far the biggest stretch of my professional career, and it was so worth it. So worth it. And by the way, security was part of it. So
That's awesome. Well, so I just want to quickly, it was very early on in my career as well, when I was working at a big technology company, and I was an application developer, and I said this at a Lesbians Who Tech conference before, so I'm being redundant, sorry, but it's true. So I was an application developer. I got put in a position where I could either be a QA person, a project manager, etc., but I was put onto the team as a developer, and I was terrible. I sucked at it. It took me forever to code anything. For me, I was alone with books and this computer and no one to talk to for hours and hours on end. And I was like, this isn't for me. So that whole self-actualization of the things that I was good at versus the things that I wasn't good at happened early enough for me to then pivot my career into more business facing. I moved in slowly up the business analyst, project manager, program manager, portfolio lead. And then I started to lead large program teams, PMO teams, at many of the industries I've been at. So breakout role was, Leilani, you stink at coding. The advice I would give is try a lot of things. To your point, Cindy, your big bag of tricks, but I have always been in technology. I knew that I've always loved technology, but I've been in the cosmetics industry. I've been in finance. I've been in technology. So I would recommend that if you do love technology or want to continue to stay, it's everywhere in everything. So along with your big bag of tricks, drag along your shepherd dog and industries, I'd say.
Fantastic.
a shepherd dog along your world tour, right?
Yes.
So book 2,
It's
the
happening.
dog goes on a tour, right?
I mean, Shepherd Dog the movie. I'm security shepherd the movie, and that's what I'm here for. About anybody else. Well, we are at time, and I just want to say thank you to all of you for your insights and your great thoughts that you've shared. And I think, just especially that last question about careers, I think that advice to kind of try a lot of things and just take the risk, jump outside of your comfort zone. That's really great advice that people can take with them and hopefully use for the rest of the day, if not for the long term. So I just want to say thank you to everyone watching. Enjoy the rest of Lesbians Who Tech, not IRL Summit. And see you all soon. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Thanks.
Bye. Thanks, Carrie.
Thanks, Carrie.
Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Mehta. I'm editor of Fast Company, and I'm so excited to be leading this next conversation. Stephanie Landry is Vice President of Grocery for Amazon. She has worked for the company for 16 years, and we're going to have an exciting conversation. Some of you may know that Fast Company teamed up with Lesbians Who Tech Allies a few weeks ago to produce the first ever Queer 50 list, which is a list of the most influential LGBTQ and non-binary individuals. And Stephanie made that list at number 6, just as evidence of her influence and her power in the world of business and beyond. So Stephanie, great to see you today.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that list, both Lesbians Tech as well as Fast Company. It was such an honor to be included among so many amazing people, and yeah, thank you very much.
Sure. Well, we'll talk a little bit about that in a bit, but I wanted to start by talking about what life has been like in Seattle and what life has been like at Amazon. Given that Seattle was one of the first places where we really saw a rise in COVID-19 cases. Take us back to March and tell us a little bit about what you were seeing in your own home community and how that affected what you ultimately did inside of your business, which has become a lifeline for so many people during this crisis.
Yeah, just so that everyone knows, I'll just talk a little bit about the businesses that I lead at Amazon. I lead the portion of Amazon Grocery that is about getting fresh food to customers. So delivery from Amazon Fresh, delivery from Whole Foods Market, and also online pickup and delivery. For us, this start of kind of thinking about the pandemic in a serious way really happened in February. Amazon's a global company, and so we had some signals specifically from our businesses overseas about interest and demand in products that were making us think more broadly about the pandemic. But for me, I was in a business review meeting in about mid-February, and at the end, it was a standard business review. We were looking at quarterly results, and at the end of the review, the questions that I was getting from the people in the room were really about possible response to coronavirus. And I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't thinking about it. I knew what it was and I was aware of it, but it wasn't top of mind for me. And so it was really mid-February that we started thinking about what it might mean if it were to come to the US. And that was before we had any evidence of community transmission or early cases. And then from that day, mid-February, to just a few weeks later, it was like our entire world turned upside down, because not only did we have evidence that we had cases in the US, we also had evidence that there was community transmission within Washington state. It was the first place that happened. And so our response has been, I think the company's response worldwide has been impacted by that, because it did come to our state first. Our main focus from day one has been employee and customer safety and maintaining business continuity of the service, because we realized pretty quickly that grocery delivery in particular was going to provide a lifeline to some people who, especially people with mobility issues or access issues, vulnerable people because of the actual pandemic itself. And so we had to look at every single part of our business, the customer experience. What changes did we need to make in order to make things contactless? How would we need to get supplies to employees to keep them safe? Process changes. The actual supply chain were areas that we're going to have issues getting food. Where do we expect increased demand? How much demand will we expect? Early February, we were doing a lot of thinking of what things might look like, and by March, we had a pretty solid idea of the impact that it was going to have.
I want to talk a little bit about being a technology company and how technology really helped you with the operations and with the need to shift resources or reallocate resources. But before we come to that, you talked a little bit about employee safety being a priority. What were the lessons you guys learned over the course of that period? I think a lot of people have read articles suggesting that Amazon needed to double down on employee safety. Just talk a little bit about that journey and what you learned from February, where you realized, that this was going to be something that was on the minds of not only your employees, but your customers, to where you are today, where you're still onboarding employees, you have safety processes in place. What was that journey like for you guys?
Well, the first thing that happened that was, you know, an immediate change is I report into the portion of Amazon that's called operations. And you can kind of think of it as everything after you click. This is a sort of a rough way to talk about it. Everything after the customer clicks, you know, buy that order, all the things that happen between that purchase moment on the website, all the way through delivering the product. And the leadership team of that group, immediately we started joining a meeting 7 days a week, you know, an hour meeting 7 days a week. And in the early days, every single hour, we were making material decisions about what we needed to do in order to respond incredibly quickly. And the very, you know, the bulk of the content that we were talking about at that time was employee safety, what changes we can make. Safety, I've been at Amazon, and I started in operations at Amazon 16 years ago. And safety has always been a #1 priority for the company. It's an incredible safety culture, especially in our you know, warehouses and fulfillment network. But because of the pandemic, really thinking about employee safety on a broad scale is incredibly important. You know, Amazon employs in the US alone 500,000 people. And so thinking about how to not only make changes, but make them consistently and quickly over such a large group of people, it's a big effort. And that was the sort of early focus, what we're spending most of our time on. And things that we're making decisions on, policy changes around shift scheduling to try to keep fewer people from showing up at the same time, social distancing policies within the you know, fulfillment centers or stores or transportation networks, how we actually interact with customers, suspending the need for things like you know, touching products for signature for delivery. Every day we would find you know, a new question, and we would hash through it and figure out what the right response would be. And all of our decisions were made with employee safety in mind.
So you talked a little bit about how your part of the business is sort of after people click that button or they click the buy button, but there's a whole back office of technology that then kicks into place beyond what the customer sees. Without getting into too much technology talk, share with us
technology talk. We should talk.
we could do technology talk, but without getting too technical. For those of us who are on the allies part of the Lesbians Who Tech, who are not necessarily technologists, share with us a little bit about how Amazon's technological prowess really kicked into gear as you needed to, you know, really move quickly to address not only a surge in demand, but challenges to your supply chain.
Yeah, I mean, technology is at the root of everything we do at Amazon. And so there's not, like, every single part of the process, technology has helped us respond to this crisis. Even the product itself of grocery delivery is in some senses, you know, a technological product that is responding to the crisis. If you think about how grocery delivery was regarded even, you know, 6 months ago, in the United States, it's, you know, it's available and people use it, but they don't necessarily use it every single day or for 100% of their grocery needs. And what we found is that, you know, the coronavirus immediately shifted consumer perception and interest and desire for being able to order groceries online. And so the service itself, the product of grocery delivery, is a technological product that is assisting in the effort of getting people the things they need during this crisis. In terms of specifically some of the technical things that we did in order to help us respond, you know, an example, social distancing and informing employees about temperature checks. So giving out the message to our employees about what the expectations would be for performing work safely. That's something that we implemented immediately. We also use the cameras in our buildings where we do fulfillment to be able to make sure that people are maintaining appropriate distance. And if appropriate distance is not maintained, We make sure that managers understand that there may be congestion points. And we did a lot of re-engineering of spaces, for example, kitchens or microwaves or break areas. And without the assistance of, computer vision technology that understands when people are too close together, people think that they're maintaining distance, and they really aren't. And we were able to find a lot of, pinch points that were able to show that we were, that we needed to be, we needed to have different behavior in order to maintain social distancing. So actually, like physically looking at the operation differently is one of the major technical areas that we spent time in. Demand prediction. So all businesses run on thinking about, forecasting demand. So when you're running a business, you're hiring labor up to what you think the demand is. And this pandemic has completely turned demand on its head. Usually, big shopping days for grocery historically would be Saturday and Sunday. People have started shopping on Tuesdays. Tuesdays is a big day now, not only online, but also in the store. People's habits have changed tremendously. And so using our technology to be able to predict the shifts in demand and sort of sense those shifts before it might be possible to do it, purely with human detection, that has been a huge asset to help us respond. And then the supply chain, that's a tougher one. Demand for actual products has shifted. Not only are people shopping during different days of the week, but the things people are buying are totally different. You may have noticed if you've tried to shop for flour or baked good products, that there's a lot of shortages. It's not because we don't have a stable, supply chain of grains in the United States. It's that we haven't milled enough flour to be available in bags on grocery stores because the demand for flour is just skyrocketed. And so technology is being used at every step of the process in grocery delivery in order to serve people what they need. And this has been a real experience in kind of pivoting and retraining our technology to help us better serve customers and make employees have a safer working environment.
What changes do you think are permanent? What are you mentioned that people, didn't shop on Tuesdays before. We're seeing different buying habits, and particularly in fresh. I would imagine that people like to see their produce before they buy it. They like to squeeze the melons. What do you think will remain once, the country opens up again, and how will that affect your business?
Yeah, food is, in my 16 years at Amazon, I've worked in lots of different areas, but I've always kind of come back to the food space, or what we call consumables. So things that you use. So that would include like household cleaners and toilet paper, and just the things that you use every day, not always food, but consumables, the products that you buy over and over again just in order to live your life. And that is the space that I have a sort of love affair with. I think it's such an interesting, fascinating space, because it's been one of the areas that consumers have not moved their behavior, en masse onto online. If you think about all the areas that technology has really changed the retail business, food is actually still early in that process. It still feels like a space where consumers are changing their behavior much more slowly. You think about maybe how apparel was 10 years ago. There was a lot of people who thought they'd never buy apparel online. I need to be in the store, I need to touch it, I need to feel the fabric, I don't know what I want. And there's been so much technological innovation to allow people to comfortably shop apparel online. And I think food is in a similar space right now. Because of this pandemic, many people have tried grocery delivery for the first time. And the truth is, grocery delivery is great. It is I tell people all the time, the product that I think we develop more than anything is giving people their time back. The time that you might have spent putting your kiddos in the car and driving to the grocery store and wandering the aisles. For some people, that's a super pleasurable experience, and they really love it, and they want to touch those produce, and they love to be inspired by the store. And we have great stores, and we want people to come and be inspired by those. But there are times, and for some people, a lot of the time, that chore is repetitive. It's not necessarily maximizing their time, and grocery delivery, gives them that time back. And in this pandemic, people who are nervous about going to the grocery store because they want to minimize contact, because they are part of a vulnerable population, this is a lifeline for them, and it's something that's really important. And so I think that people's behavior around grocery shopping, specifically online, and their expectations, I think it's going to be much, much higher. We're just seeing a lot more expectation that online delivery will be available, that the prices and the quality are going to be great. I think it's going to be a great time for consumers who want this service, and I think we're going to see a lot of innovation, even accelerated beyond what we had already seen before.
You've mentioned a couple of times that you're a 16-year veteran of Amazon. People are fascinated by this company, whether it's working backward or the two pizza rule. Take us inside. What's changed in your 16 years at Amazon besides the scale of the place? Obviously, it's grown tremendously, but in terms of the culture or in terms of the composition of the company, what feels different today?
You said what feels different, and then you said, well, besides the scale, but that is such a major difference. I recall I came to Amazon as an intern between my first and second year of business school. It was 2003. And I remember taking the taxi from the airport to my, little summer apartment. And my taxi driver was like, what are you here for? Making conversation. And I told him I was joining Amazon, and he was like, I think that's going to work out. And it's hard to remember, but back then, e-commerce and the internet, it was not a sure thing in any way. It was obviously going to be important, but this sort of size and scale of Amazon, that we've kind of approached, that was really unknowable at that time. And that has had a very huge impact on how it feels to be there day in, day out. For example, just like walking into a building. Sometimes I'll walk into a building and I won't see anyone I know, despite having been at the company for 16 years, being a relatively senior leader. The company is large and we're employing vast amounts of people. And being able to, transmit the culture and help people understand what we're about and why, that is something that I think does get more complicated with size, and it's something that we think a lot about. Can I have a real life moment with you?
Yes.
I'm realizing that my battery is low and I need to go get my plug. Can I step away for one second and I'll be right back? I'm so sorry.
This is what happens when everybody is virtual. And before we came onto the stage, Stephanie and I had a couple of other real life moments. We've been dealing with shaky Wi-Fi. We've been dealing with I had to mute myself because I heard my kids making lunch in the kitchen. So it's all real life.
It's so funny. I was trying to be really thoughtful about the background and the noise, and I somehow did not notice that I've run down my battery. We're plugged in now, so we're all set. Sorry.
We're good to go. Okay. Yeah. Well, you were talking a little bit about how communicating the values of the company and the culture does get harder as you get bigger. But what's unshakable? What are the things that are at Amazon's core just feel like you could double in size again in 16 years and would still be, would be recognizable to somebody who was an intern back in 2003?
Yeah, I was struck immediately upon joining the company about the level of, customer obsession. You've probably heard that term. We use it a lot at Amazon. And I don't think there's a company in the world that doesn't say that they care about customers or obsessed with customers. But I think the level of customer obsession that I witnessed immediately upon, arriving as an intern, and then I've seen that commitment to customers and having a great high quality customer experience, that is truly unshakable. It is something that, when you're in a meeting and you're discussing anything, having an excellent high quality customer experience and making sure that that customer experience really is in the room and everyone's thinking really critically about it, that is something that has never changed about the company and still, guides all of our decisions. The other area is employee safety. I think people, our culture in our warehouses has always prioritized safety as a top item, and that comes from the CEO of the consumer business, Jeff Wilkie. He comes from the chemical industry, and he brought with him, an extreme focus on having a really safe work environment, and that's something that I also think has been unshakable. And And it's been very present in my life the last few months as we've been thinking about how to cope with the pandemic. Both of those issues are sort of day-to-day, the things that are guiding decision making, and they really do feel built into the decision making processes in a way that that I think is really positive. And despite the great size, I see it happening at all levels, and I love that about the company.
One of the things that has always been very appealing to me as a writer and an editor about Amazon's culture is this emphasis on the written word. And lots of stories have been written about how Jeff Bezos puts a real emphasis on well-written memos, well-written correspondences, prefers a memo to PowerPoints. I've read that you wrote a memo that ultimately led to the creation of the business that became Amazon Prime Now. I wonder if you could tell us if that's true, and what was in that memo that got you greenlit.
Yeah, I share your interest and I think you said as a writer that you're attracted to the idea of writing being such a big part of a culture. It's totally true. You said there's a preference for memos versus PowerPoint. It's not a preference. It is the way we work. We work in written documents. We do not have PowerPoint presentations. I actually arrived at Amazon as that transition was taking place. So I saw the company move from a more PowerPoint-based culture to the written word. The reason for it is it's really to remove showmanship from ideas and thinking, and to sort of democratize the information that people have in order to make business decisions. So, if you think about a great PowerPoint presentation that you've seen, it might have been the person, their energy, their suaveness, their, whatever it is they're bringing to it. And sometimes you'll go to a great PowerPoint presentation and then you'll leave and you'll say, what did I just look at? Like, what did we decide? What were the main points? And you don't even remember. You remember how you felt. You remember feeling persuaded, but you don't necessarily remember all the details. And so at Amazon, we do something very different. It's called a 6-pager. They're not always 6 pages. We also have 1-pagers, 2-pagers, 3-pagers. It's basically the length that's relevant to the idea that you're presenting. And everyone gets a copy of it. Now we do it just digitally, but everyone will get a copy. And then you do a reading period. And oftentimes that reading period might last, 20 minutes. Sometimes it's a full hour. And people are taking notes on those documents. And they're really understanding at a detailed level, not a surface level, a detailed level, what is being proposed? What are the pros of this idea? What are the cons of this idea? What's our next best available alternative if we don't go with the recommendation? What are we worried about? What are we debating? Where do our teams disagree? And what happens is after everyone reads that memo, they all have the same information in front of them, and everyone has a different perspective. The CFO might be thinking about the financial impact. The legal team might be thinking about regulatory issues. The HR team might be thinking, how do we get personnel behind it? And you go around the room and you get questions that combine shared information and detailed, well thought out, business thinking with the professional experience and questions and concerns of the audience in the room. It is a thorough experience. It can be humbling. It can be creative and energizing and exciting. I personally love it. I have a liberal arts background. I have a women's studies degree. Spent a lot of time writing papers in college. I love partnering with my technical colleagues to present concepts together and going in depth. And I think it really does democratize, it's not a face presenting. It is a piece of paper that's blank. And I think that has a lot of implications for, diversity and evaluation of ideas, because it removes the person from the thoughts to a degree. And I really love that aspect of Amazon, and I think it does create powerful business decisions. And when I do one of those sessions, I feel very strongly that people understand what we've done and that they're bought into it. And that also allows me to operate with authority and autonomy in a way that would be hard if you were wondering if people were really bought in and really understood your ideas and what you're trying to do. You asked about Prime Now.
Yeah,
I didn't talk about that. Sorry. Do you want me to talk about Prime Now?
Memo that you wrote that if you can remember, what was it about that process or the process of writing the memo that made it so convincing?
Yeah, so a little bit of context. I had a role at that time that was it's called a technical advisor. Sometimes it's called a shadow. But basically, my job is to partner with Jeff Loki, who is the CEO of the consumer organization, and I spent kind of every day with him, sort of like a chief of staff type role. The purpose of it is to sort of extend his intellectual bandwidth. So, just provide sort of assistance, soundboard, thinking, sit through the same meetings and talk through what we both heard. Sometimes it's different. You hear different things when you have a different brain. And it's a great role. It's also a professional development opportunity. And so for me, I was watching all the different things that were happening and this idea of making delivery ultra fast. So, taking it down from, 1-day delivery or next day delivery, do something really, really fast. What if we did 15 minutes or what if we did 1 hour? I think it was something that everyone thought was interesting, but no one really knew who owned it. Is that an operations initiative? Is that a Prime initiative? Is that the consumer website? So everyone was kind of interested and we're talking about it, but there was no one that was sort of bringing it all together into a plan. And we were doing a review of Prime and how to make the Prime offering better. And Jeff said in that meeting, he was like, look, we need to do something different. I don't know what it is, but we're gonna do something different. We're gonna launch something much faster and we're gonna do it in 90 days. And that led to me proposing a memo for what eventually became Prime Now. And the idea was, what if we created this incredibly magical experience where the things that you needed most, not the things that you were okay waiting a few days for, but the things that you needed most, what if they could be delivered to your doorstep in an hour? How would that feel? And I wrote we call it a PR FAQ, a press release. I wrote mine in the form of an article. So rather than a press release, it was a conceptual article about this new service. I called it Houdini, which was meant to sort of reference the magic that we wanted to imbue in the experience. We wanted people to wonder, like, how did they do that? Like, how did they get this stuff so fast to me? And we created this vision for an experience that would be really powerful for customers who really need stuff. And it got people pretty excited. And we took it, to Jeff Bezos and his leadership team, the S team, pretty fast. And when we decided to greenlight the project, the day from that day to actually launching it, which was December of that year, it was 111 days. And so it was a very, very fast launch. We wanted to get something out before holiday, and we were able to launch on the 14th of December. And I think it was a combination of an exciting idea that really spoke to the times, this was 2014, with sort of the organizational will. When people read that paper, I think they got behind it. And once you have the organizational will of Amazon, you can do a lot of things. And launching in 111 days was the work of tons and tons of teams across the company. And it's laid the foundation for grocery delivery. All the things that we did for Prime Now, that we created for Prime Now, that has been completely essential as a backbone to be able to do grocery delivery. We didn't know about Whole Foods and pandemic. We didn't know about those things now. But if we didn't have those core technologies, we wouldn't be able to be responding in the way that we do today.
I want to shift gears a little bit. You talked about sort of being in a moment in time. We're in a moment in time where a national conversation about inclusion is taking place. And I'd love to talk with you a little bit about your own experiences with inclusion. As you came up the ranks at Amazon, were there programs or mentors or resources you tapped or have created in now as your role as a senior leader at the company to help advance the cause of inclusion and to help make women like you, women in tech, feel like they belong?
Yeah. It's funny, you asked about things that have changed at the company, and I remember being at an event, probably my first or second year at Amazon, and I remember going to the bathroom, and the line for the men's bathroom was like so long, and I walked right by them and went into the women's bathroom, and I was like, I've never been at an event where the men's bathroom line is longer than the women's bathroom line. And that really had to do with the composition of the company at that time. Yeah, I was in operations. It was a lot more male heavy at that time. Things have changed tremendously in that regard over the years. But it is hard to be a female in tech, and not just female. I happen to be. I'm also queer. I'm bisexual, and I'm in a lesbian long-term marriage. I'm half Puerto Rican. I think that those parts of my identity, which are really, really defining to me, I've always felt like I'm in a bit of a sort of bridge position. I feel like someone who has occupied spaces where I'm Puerto Rican, but I'm perceived as white by most people, and that gives me access and privilege, but it also means that sometimes I hear things that I'm not comfortable with that maybe wouldn't have been shared if someone had perceived me differently, and it creates a moment of me feeling like I have to stand up and say something. And same thing as being a female in technology, or being a gay person who maybe is perceived as heterosexual sometimes. Those are, that is something that is super important to my identity. I've loved being at Amazon because I've always felt very accepted. I've never been, I've always been out. I've always been outspoken. I don't have any problems sort of talking about what I think and what I feel, and I've gotten a lot of good reception. But I don't think in the early days there were formal programs. What really helped me was, I believe that several people, and oftentimes my bosses, my managers, we had some sort of chemistry, and there was a spark, and there was a genuine interest in helping develop me. And I think that, honestly, I think that's actually the way that a lot of career progression has happened historically. It's usually not formal programs or initiatives. It's usually, some sort of connection being developed and opportunities being given to someone who might not be perceived as quite ready for it. And so as we've gotten larger, and as now I have opportunities to be a leader in a larger team, what I think a lot about is how do you make sure that the network that you have looks different than the company as it exists today, so that when you're developing that chemistry with someone, that you can offer those opportunities to someone who, there's always a little bit of risk in taking a bet on someone, and making sure that those bets are being taken on people that don't look like the leadership of the company today. That's really the sort of focus that I have, is really disrupting my own network, bringing my network to the company, making sure that our teams are growing ever more diverse. I'm super lucky that I have a very balanced team in terms of female leadership. I always have. I've had a very diverse team. But we definitely have a lot of work to do in terms of underrepresented minorities, specifically Black and Native American employees at senior levels in our technical ranks. And this national conversation that's happening right now, I think, is causing a real reckoning of everyone at an individual level and also kind of corporate level. Think about what needs to be done from both a business perspective as well as an employment perspective.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I've always admired about Lesbians Who Tech and the work that Leanne has done is the strong emphasis on racial and ethnic diversity, whether it's in the composition of the summits like this one, or in working with Leanne on the Queer 50 list. I wonder if you can speak to the intersectionality of the gay community and the community of people of color. I mean, you actually live in both worlds, but it seems like there's a real opportunity here for the queer community and the communities of color to be allies and to elevate this national conversation we're having. Is that something you've thought much about? And are there natural alliances that can be formed here?
Well, the most easy natural alliance is there are people who occupy both roles in both communities. So, I think we have to all not forget that, there are people of color that are members of the queer community and queer community that are members of people of color. The concept of intersectionality is not new, but I think that this time right now is really bringing it to the forefront in a new way. I am the executive sponsor, one of a few executive sponsors of what's called Glamazon, which is our employee resource group internally. It's quite large. There's thousands and thousands of members worldwide, chapters. I think there's over 100 chapters. It's a really incredible organization. Some of it is social, participating in pride marches, connecting people socially, helping people feel welcomed into the company. Some of it is policy that this group, really helped charter our position on making sure that we have single-sex bathrooms available in all of our facilities, making sure that we have great policies in terms of trans healthcare and how manager toolkits should look for people who have people that might be coming out and transitioning in their workforce. And that was done by our employee resource group. So they have, they have a really important position. We did something recently. Every June, we do a flag raising ceremony. So on Amazon's campus, sort of a flag goes up, and we talk a little bit about what Pride is, what it means at the company, what we're doing that year. And this year, it was, I thought, an incredible, and I think you can go online and see it, but I thought it was an incredible event this year because of a few reasons. One, it was virtual, so we had to do it online. We didn't do it in the traditional way. And so it was this moment where we're trying to honor, the Stonewall riots and everything that's happened for queer communities in the US. The other thing is that we invited members of BEN, the Black Employee Network, to come co-present with us and talk about what Pride meant, the history of activism and protest and changing society, what Pride is really about, and how that connected with the Black Lives Matter movement, and actually drawing those connections in a real way. And I know a flag raising ceremony is kind of symbolic, but it was a special event, and it was. I really liked seeing our employee resource groups talking together about what their core mission is together to create, not only change in society, but what they want to see Amazon be like as a future, as an employer, and how they wanted to develop in the future. And I think that, we're going to grow ever more intersectional over time. And I think that the moment that we're having right now, I'm hoping it's activating everyone to their core, and definitely the queer community for sure.
We only have a few minutes left. Unfortunately, our time has really flown by. Stephanie, talk a little bit about what you see being next for your business. At one point, you talked about the permanent changes that we're seeing in consumer behavior and how you expect to see a lot more innovation. I want to probe you a little bit more on that. If you look into the future beyond a steady increase in demand, can you talk a little bit about the kinds of products and services you might add to your offering? Do you think a little bit about, we've talked about Insta delivery. I mean, are we going to see more and more modes of consumer-driven desires for how they want to pick up or receive their produce? I'd love to just get you to look into your crystal ball a little bit.
Yeah, some of the crystal ball is somewhat short term. Like, we're trying to think, like, what does Thanksgiving look like in 2020? Like, Thanksgiving is not family gatherings, or the family gatherings might happen in a much smaller, confined way, and not these large gatherings. And so we have very tactical crystal ball questions that we're dealing with right now, where we're trying to figure out how many turkeys we need and what Christmas and Thanksgiving look like. That is the peak for my business, is really in the US is Thanksgiving, as well as New Year, New You, kind of January timeframe. So we're doing a lot of preparatory work for that. In terms of long-term changes, we're just moving so fast to make access to grocery delivery available. And so the mission for my team right now is sort of convenience for everyone. How do we get these services available to as many people as possible, as fast as possible? We've already made a ton of changes. We went from having grocery pickup available in Whole Foods stores. I think there was about 60 stores at the beginning of the year. By the end of the year, the 500 plus Whole Foods stores will all have that service available. And we expect people to be interacting online, for a fair portion of their grocery purchases. Things like food assistance, so the SNAP program, what's sometimes known as food stamps, supplemental assistance. We were in a pilot with a few states starting in the beginning of the year, which is what the government had done. We are now in 37 states. We're rolling out these programs extremely fast because people need them, and we're not in testing mode. So I expect you to see us to all see a lot more advancements of the options that we have available to us when we come for buying our food, and online, which maybe people haven't used before. It's gonna, not only is it gonna be present, it's gonna get much better, and it's gonna allow you to do things that you weren't able to do before. When you're in the grocery store, you can't search for, keto items or, eliminate allergies. We're able to do things, we're gonna be able to do things with technology that are gonna be be able to advance the grocery experience and complement all the great things about shopping in store, along with eliminating some of the painful elements. And I'm really excited for the innovation to come and to help people through this time. And I can't wait till it's over.
Well, I wasn't even thinking about Thanksgiving 2020, but you've given me a story idea. So this was well worth my time for many, many reasons. Stephanie, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to speak with you, and it's always a pleasure to be part of the Lesbians Who Tech and Allies events. Thank you for the work you're doing, and we'll see you online.
Thanks, Stephanie. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Bye, Lesbians Who Tech.
the feeling start. I put a wall around my heart, but you're breaking it down. It falls to the ground, 'cause I had lost what you just found. The noise all around, I'm drowning it out, like we're the only ones in the crowd. 'Cause you save me now, save me now, save me now, save me now, save me now.
Hey everyone, I am the Deputy Tech Editor at Fast Company. I'm so honored and excited to be part of the Pride Summit this year, so welcome. Without further ado, I'm thrilled to introduce Jackie Guichelar, the Chief Information Officer of Cisco Systems. Jackie got her start in IT at IBM at age 20, and since then she has traversed from technology to banking, where she led digital transformations at Deutsche Bank, Lloyds Banking Group, and Thomson Reuters, just to name a few. So Jackie was also on our inaugural Queer 50 list, which highlights queer women and non-binary people in business and tech. So Jackie, thank you so much for talking with me today. Because this is Pride Month, I want to start with your background and your identity. So you were born in Uruguay and your family immigrated to Australia when you were just 2 years old. What was it like to grow up halfway around the world from your heritage, and what did it teach you about what it means to be different?
Great question. And thank you for having me, Catherine. It's been a pleasure getting to know you on our little journey before this event. I was born in Uruguay, South America. I don't know how many people know that country. 3 million people, very small country. And my parents moved to Australia when I was 2 years old. My now wife calls me a Latina kangaroo. Actually, depending on the day, if it's the weekend, she calls me a bomba Latina kangaroo. But I sound Australian, as you can see. I grew up in Australia, but I am literally Latina at heart. And to your question, I mean, growing up in Sydney was, I would say it was difficult. It was a very, very hard time for me personally. I went through what I would call, well, I was victim to racism, discrimination, and the like, and I'll go on to talk about how that has made me stronger. And I'll go on to talk about why, I'm so passionate about the whole Black Lives Matter movement, because it really is something that's deeply ingrained in me since I was a very, very young girl. But look, yes, it was tough. Yes, I felt I was different. I've got so many stories, Catherine, I could share with you, but I'll share one with you. So I think I was 5 or 6 years old in a Catholic school at the time, and my parents, who had moved to Australia, they were immigrants in 1974, which was pretty tough. I mean, amazing that my parents chose to move to the other side of the world, not speaking a word of English, and it's something that's always inspired me and made me proud. But because they were cleaners and because we were quite humble in our beginnings, my parents couldn't afford to give me 2 school uniforms. I could only have one. It was either the summer one, which was summer uniform, or it was the winter one. So my mum chose the winter one. So if you can imagine this school photo of me as a child, I'm the only dark-haired girl in the entire photo, in amongst a sea of blondes who are all wearing white and blue summer uniforms, and I'm sitting in the middle, dark hair, 2 ponytails, dark uniform. And that I always remembered. I hated photos then. I hated photos, and it's taken me a long time to like photos. But it's one of those things that I think when you grow up, especially as a child, being different is actually not necessarily a great thing. But Catherine, what I've learned, through my life and the last 40 years in particular, is that, being different is actually my superpower. So that's my secret. It's become my secret. It's my superpower. And I've turned it into a massive, massive positive in my life. That's a little bit about my background. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, and so I see you have a Dutch last name, but you've told me you're married to someone who's French.
That's true. Yes, yes, my wife. So that's another interesting story, Catherine. You're coming out with really great questions here. Um, so just to stick with the theme of being different, I met Eric, my ex-husband, Eric Kuchela, when I was 18 years old. I married him when I was 21. He's an amazing individual, an amazing man. Still is my best friend to this day. We separated when I was 37 years old. I spent 20 years of my life with him. So actually, when we divorced, I said to him, look, in the industry in IT, everyone knows me as Jackie G or DJ Jack after hours, depending on how you want to look at it. And I said, do you mind if I keep your surname? And he's like, no, Jack, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. So, fast forward 3 years later, I'm living in New York at the time. And Audrey is living in London at the time, and we meet coincidentally in a conference that was developing and promoting women. We were there for two different reasons. Met, during this conference in Fontainebleau at INSEAD Business School, and and the rest is history. I mean, I fell in love immediately. She fell in love with me immediately, and my world turned upside down in literally a week. I didn't know what was going on, and then fast forward from that. I think it was like 2 or 3 years later, once I got my head around it, obviously coming from a Catholic upbringing, to actually fly to Australia to tell my Catholic mother that I was in love with a woman.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I know. I still kind of hyperventilate a little bit thinking about it, because it was a big deal. It was a big deal because my mum is my best friend, and I didn't know how she would take it. But look, long story short, the first reaction was expected, not great, to put it mildly. But look, at the end of the day, my mother absolutely adores Audrey. Audrey adores my mother. Audrey and my ex-husband Eric have an awesome relationship. He also came to our wedding. Yeah, so look, I think things turn out for the best in your life, but it's hard because you have to make tough choices even when you are afraid or petrified, or you just have to face into it. It's something that I have learned to do, use that fear into positive and really, really take your life into your own hands, because there is only one. We've only got one.
Well, so, I mean, that's a great turning point to talk a little bit more about your career. And I wanted to talk specifically about something you shared with me earlier this week, one of the big turning points in your career. At the age of 32, you took a job at Deutsche Bank in Frankfurt, Germany. And you were leading a team of about 2,000 people. And you described them to me as mostly German men between the ages of 40 and 60. Despite huge, despite
anyone out there listening, my fellow colleagues, I didn't mean it that way.
But I mean, that's a huge challenge. But you said you managed to lead the re-engineering of the company's $3 trillion payments platform in just a couple of years.
Yeah.
How did that experience shape the rest of your career?
Well, you know what? I think it was my, what I call, in a way, my make it or break it point. I had an opportunity to go overseas. When I was in Australia, I worked my way up through IBM, started at the age of 17 years old, as you know, and I had this opportunity to go to Germany, not London, not New York, which is where I wanted to go, but Germany, Frankfurt. So I said to my mother, I'm going to Frankfurt. She's like, you're going where? I'm like, yeah. So anyway, I ended up in Frankfurt as a COO, reporting to what was called the Chief Technology Officer at the time, who was in charge of Germany and all of continental Europe. And within 12 months, the leadership of Deutsche Bank at the time replaced most of the senior leaders, including my boss. And literally within 12 months, they said, Jackie, you are now the Chief Technology Officer of Germany and continental Europe, all of our retail banking technology operations. And I was like, wow. And I had a choice to make at that point. I knew I wasn't ready for the job. I absolutely knew, because already the role I was doing, the role that I come in to do, which is the one that I was, one below the one they had finally put me into, I knew it was more than I'd done, and I didn't have the experience. But having said that, I just went for it. I said, I'll take the job. When I got the job, it was probably one of the toughest moments in my career. And can you still hear me okay? Because you've gone dark on this side for some reason.
Oh, no.
Oh, you can see me? Okay.
You're coming in clear.
Okay, phew. Technology. right? So anyway, so yeah, it was tough because I had thousands of people reporting to me for the first time ever. Number one, number two, I was in a completely different country, completely different language. Obviously, something my parents had done, so there's a parallel there, like having the courage to go to a country that you don't know. And it was hard because I would do meetings with them or town halls with them. And imagine they've been in Deutsche Bank 20, 30 years. They've been running banking payment systems. I've never worked in a bank. So they would say to me, look, Jackie, why should we listen to you? You're a junior project manager from IBM Australia, and we're in Germany running this massive Deutsche Bank. And it was quite intimidating. And I think it was the first time I realized that in situations like that, the only thing you can do is just keep communicating why you're there, try and keep sharing information as to what you believe. And what I did was I literally sort of laid out a plan that said, here is why I'm here. I'd really faced into the questions. Why are you here? Well, I'm here because your boss has hired me, because apparently I have some experience in this before from my IBM when I worked on Macquarie Bank. I said, and I believe I bring experience to help you transform. What you guys have is engineering. You know the bank, you know the systems. I don't know the systems, but I think I can bring a way in which we can inspire our thousands of people to get behind this program, because we're going to need everyone for the next 4 years, over a 2-year period, to migrate this massive platform, re-engineer it. And Catherine, to your point, when I found out it was 3 trillion, I was like, what? And let me tell you, the weekend of the cutover, a lot of people went missing in senior positions. They did not want to be anywhere near this thing if it went wrong. And that was another lesson in life. When you do transformations and you have these hard moments of where it's about to happen, it can feel very lonely. It can feel very lonely. But success brings people together, right? And everyone declares success together. But when things go wrong, have you ever thought about how lonely it feels? Yeah.
Well, I
But
mean,
look, it definitely made me, Catherine, to your question.
Yeah. Well, so now you've kind of been faced with another huge digital transformation of a different sort at Cisco, where, in March, in response to the pandemic, Cisco went from 20,000 remote employees to 140,000 people working remotely in just 10 days, which is mind-boggling to think about. How are you and your team able to scale up remote work so quickly?
Yeah, well, definitely sleep deprivation was probably one. No, I mean, we were sleeping, but like literally sleep, get up, and just keep going. And I think, I mean, look, we're lucky in Cisco. I have to admit that we sell networking gear, we sell collaboration gear, we sell security gear. So look, I clearly, and the team clearly benefited from a very, very strong, secure, platform. And we have the technology, and we had the foundation. Now, moving 20,000 to 140,000 in 10 days, that we had never planned for. I mean, we did not have a BCP plan for that scenario. I mean, I don't think anyone in the world did. If they do, I want to meet them. But we definitely have a BCP plan now. Like
What is the BCP plan, just for those of us who aren't familiar with the acronym?
No, we do acronyms in tech, don't we? I always try not to. Continuity plan, which basically means if you have a disaster scenario and people can't get into the office, or if something happens in a certain country and people can't get into the offices, you need to have a plan as to how you would deal with that. So it says, if A, B, C, D happens, execute this plan. But I mean, no one had a plan for everyone in the world working remotely. So look, we focused on connectivity, obviously, our internal VPN, what traffic could we get off our internal VPN, split tunneling solutions, which is, use the public internet where you can, and use the private intranet when it's really important around your security, for example. We focused on collaboration. We were adding capacity to our WebEx platform, not only for us internally, but for a lot of our customers. And we were giving away WebEx all over the world to hospitals, healthcare providers, government officials. I mean, you name it. And our WebEx platform went from 3x to 4x within no time. But how do we do it? Look, simple answer: the team are amazing. The Cisco IT team are amazing. I mean, and Cisco. I mean, the collaboration, and I think every company, every CIO I've spoken to or IT professional I speak to, they all say the same thing. in times of crisis, isn't it amazing how people just come together and get it done? And they get it done. So yeah, it was an amazing effort by the IT team at Cisco, like it was, with every IT team around the world. I'm really proud of what we as IT professionals did to make sure we could keep, the countries running, so to speak.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know that your team has been, reaching out to IT professionals to understand how the pandemic has impacted them. And as you can imagine, there's lots of stress involved. What have you been hearing just kind of from around the industry as IT have been, standing up remote work for all of their workforces? What have been the biggest challenges to supporting so many people working from home? I mean, this is really unprecedented.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so we did a survey. We've done a couple of surveys actually with CIOs. I think there's a couple of things. One, what I'm hearing is definitely security. So people are, there's a lot of stress, by the way, and we'll talk about, some of the stresses maybe a little bit later, Catherine, if you want to talk about that. From a technical point of view, it really is, security is at the top of mind for every IT person I talk to. It's definitely top of mind for me. It always has been. We invest a lot in security at Cisco. It's just part of our DNA. Everywhere we look, we try to do that. But stress levels have risen, from what I understand in terms of the survey. About 50% of IT senior managers are more stressed now than they ever were before, and security is the number one reason why. And it's interesting, right? It's either security or networking or collaboration. And one of the examples, Catherine, that I should have mentioned earlier was one around call center agents that we had in India. I think it's a great one to sort of bring home the network and the security topic. So we had 3,000 call center agents in India that take phone calls from our customers. When our customers use our networking gear or our collaboration platform, they call us and say, hey, I've got a problem, 24/7 service center. And it's really critically important for our customers. And by the way, lots of companies around the world have call centers in India. That's a fact. We know that. So we found out, because before India went into lockdown, the team got together and they briefed me and said, Jackie, we got to look at this. And I said, what's up? And they said, look, there is a regulation in India that does not allow call center agents to use IP or voice from home from a computer unless it goes through the India network in the office. So we're not going to be allowed to have people work from home. Imagine that. You go from 3,000 call center agents to zero, cannot work from home. So we joined forces with NASCOM, another local organizing body, to partner with thousands of other companies to actually go to the regulatory body and ask for leeway. So we said, look, would you grant us permission to work from home under the condition that India goes into lockdown? Because if you don't, then businesses in India will suffer and global businesses will suffer. So we actually got given that grant, which was, unprecedented to change a law in India, within a week. Then we had to write some code. We had to write some code to make sure that the way in which people came in from home was secure around the way that they were accessing the network. So we wrote some software for that, which people have heard me say. It's available on Cisco's DevNet. If anyone wants to have a look, thousands of companies all over the world that have taken the code that we wrote, which I love, right? I love sharing, and I love taking things from others if it means not reinventing the wheel. So if anyone wants or has that kind of issue, it's available on DevNet. Please go in and take whatever you can.
Yeah, great. Well, I mean, I know that Cisco's work has been so broad in this area that Queen Elizabeth is even using WebEx, which I love. What a great success to get the Queen of England on your platform.
I know. For those who know, Audrey and I ended up moving back to London after I met her. Actually, I was living in New York, and of course I had to go back and be with her physically. So I think I moved there. I'm just thinking, I think 10 years we've been there on and off, Audrey and I, in London. So we have got a lot of British friends. So when I said to them, guess what? Cisco's hosting the Queen on WebEx. They're like, what? They're like, no, you're full of it. I'm like, no, I'm actually telling the truth. It is true. It is true.
Incredible.
So yeah, that was amazing. I mean, but even, I don't know if anyone saw it. If you've actually seen, and I think that if you can find it online. If you see the Queen interacting with people and the reactions from, you know, some humble people, some healthcare workers. I think they were mainly healthcare workers. It was just incredible just to see the reaction from them talking to her and some of the wise words that she had to offer. So yeah, incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, now we're kind of in this different phase of the pandemic, though, where cities are starting to reopen. I mean, I'm in New York, and you know, restaurants are starting to reopen. You can go to the barber shop. It's amazing.
You and I are going to Nobu in
Yes,
downtown.
absolutely. So where is Cisco in terms of reopening, or how are you thinking about reopening your offices? Are you going back to work soon? What's going on there?
So we are reopening extremely slowly in certain countries only. So countries where it is safe to do so, we have been preparing buildings. But our building configuration has completely changed in the last months. I mean, so for example, where there was a meeting room for 12 people, there's now a meeting room with 2 chairs on either side of the room.
Wow.
So like, you know, a long way away. And in terms of desks, etc., we've reorganized everything as well. There's signs up for people to be able to call or to engage. We've moved away from touch type devices in the rooms to start meetings to voice controlled, so people don't have to touch anything. But I think the most important thing from a Cisco perspective is employees and people first. So if any employee does not want to go to the office, they do not have to go to the office. And by the way, you know, the exec team at Cisco, I mean, they've been amazing. We have weekly check-ins with every single person in Cisco listening to Chuck and the leadership team. It's just incredible. Every week we have tens of thousands of people joining to listen in on what's going on and what's happening. And you know, we keep reiterating over and over again, your health comes first. But you know, to your point, if you take the IT organization, we are not going to the office anytime soon. There is no need for us to go to the office. So we might send some data center engineers into the data centers. We may need some people to move some equipment around. They all get given their health gear to make sure they're fully protected. They can nominate whether they want to do it or not. And you know, the people that will go back are probably more customer-facing engineers that need to make sure the solutions that we've sold to our customers keep working, and in the labs and in the engineering teams. So it's a small percentage. I'd say like a couple of percent in IT are going back. That's about it.
Yeah.
And I don't see myself moving from the office here at home anytime soon. And poor Audrey, this used to be her office when I was in the office, and now I'm in this office, and she's in the dining room listening in. So yeah, I've got lots of payback to do when this is all over.
You kicked her out. So I want to talk a little bit about digital transformation, which is something that has been a really crucial part of your career and your role at Cisco. What is digital transformation? It's quite the buzzword. What does it really mean for you?
Great question. Yeah, it's a bit like it's funny. Technology is a funny industry. So cloud, you know, utility pricing. I mean, we've all heard buzzwords, right? Zero trust is the latest one. But yeah, digital transformation. So look, I like to think about things in a simple way. I'm logical. I'm data driven. I like transforming. I like the word transformation. So what transformation means to me is, you know, there are lots of companies around the world that need to change to service new customers, because new customers, whether it's the millennials or whatever, they want to buy in different ways. So if you take Cisco as an example, our digital transformation that I've built with the team centers around 3 things. The first one is transforming IT, as in transforming ourselves. So what do I mean by that? Where we don't need to build our own software, we shouldn't do that. We should buy commodity software. We should only build when it creates competitive advantage for our customers. And if we really streamline and optimize our data centers, the number of applications we have, the number of tools that we have, the way in which we give people the right equipment to work from home in a productive manner, you know, I know, and the team knows, that we could save hundreds of millions of dollars, and we can free up thousands of people, some of our best people, to go and work on the things that really matter, which is our employee experience. So and then our customer experience. So to answer your question, I'm going to try and see if I can pick an example. So I want to invest in things like this. So when people go onto cisco.com, like there's so much information in there, like every website in the world, traditional website in the world. But now when they go onto cisco.com, we've made some investments. When they go into cisco.com, it'll recognize if the customer is from Australia or from California, and with some information that we collect, which is provided, you know what industry they're in, you know kind of what role they're in. So you point them to an area where it shows them what they want to buy, right? And so, for example, recently WebEx, right? We now sell WebEx with a credit card. So, Catherine, if you want to buy, and I know we're on Zoom, no issue there. Competition is also, I always say, I'm on Zoom. It's no issue at all. WebEx is a competitor to Zoom. And look, I mean, you need competition in this industry. I have no problem with that at all. Total respect. But I think so. Now, if you want to buy WebEx, you can go online. You put your details in, you download it immediately, and it instantly works. That is a new digital experience. I mean, lots of companies around the world are moving more to that self-service, digitized experience where someone can get to what they want as quickly as possible with as little clicks as possible. And I think the big challenge for companies like Cisco, big banks, big manufacturing companies that have existed for a long time, have a traditional technology model, which was more sign this contract. I'll send you the hardware. You can install your hardware, and then eventually you can get it up and running. The industry is moving to plug and play. How can I easily buy a solution as a CIO? I'm in the same boat, that I can stand up quickly and get benefits from quickly for my customer. So to me, there's so many examples, but I think that's a couple that I think would make sense, hopefully, to people.
Yeah, well, I mean, it just makes me think of it as consumers. We think about technology, like I can go download an app and it's right there and I can start using it right away versus a much more complicated process like you were describing. And, businesses are moving in that direction. It kind of makes sense. But in many ways, it seems like the pandemic has also highlighted the need for a much faster process when it comes to, businesses digitizing their services or the way that they work every day. So why was digital transformation kind of important before the pandemic, and how has the pandemic really kind of changed the way businesses are thinking about digitizing?
So my view is the pandemic has, for sure, in my opinion, accelerated transformation. I mean, there's no doubt. Think about a few things. So when we set off on the transformation journey in Cisco about a year or so ago, we talked about a couple of things. Funnily enough, we were in Bangalore at the time as a team, and we talked about two things. How do we plan for, as a friend of mine who works with me would say, how do you plan for crop failure? What if something goes terribly wrong? Are you prepared for that? And the other thing we were planning for is, what if business models change? Now, in the last 4 months, I would be surprised if any company is now not dealing with crop failure. Like, how do you now respond to this crisis when we know the economic realities of what it's going to do to impact companies' profit lines, etc., revenue, etc.? And also at the same time, while you're dealing with that, you've got to now build technology that allows your companies to move into different revenue lines if that's what needs to happen. Because if you look now, people will buy different things in the future. What happened with this pandemic? So to me, I have to accelerate the transformation to allow. So a lot of the money that we're investing is to build this, what we call the future state architecture for Cisco's IT platforms, so that no matter what Cisco wants to do, what area it wants to invest in, or what products it wants to sell to customers, I need to enable them to do that as quickly as possible, so that customers can buy it as quickly as possible and download it and use it as fast as possible. So it's all theme for me in the sense that it's super critical that IT organizations, and there's hopefully a lot of people in tech because we're with the tech team here. Yeah, I mean, we've got to get smarter and faster. So my view is, spend less time running things you don't need to, and free up your best talent and your investments to figure out how you digitize the experiences of the products that your customers are going to want to buy in the future, which, by the way, may have changed from yesterday.
Right, absolutely. Well, I wanna kind of put a pin in this and pivot a little bit to talk about the kind of cultural shifts when it comes to remote work. I mean, we've been talking about, you know, the major business shifts as a result of the pandemic, but there's some really big culture changes happening right now as well. And I know in one of your team's surveys of other CIOs that you know, a lot of them responded that this move to remote work has represented a major cultural shift for their organization. So what kind of cultural shifts do you think remote work has kickstarted in businesses around the country? And how have those kind of impacted you in your work?
So I would say, I mean, look, cultural shift for sure. I ran a panel actually at Cisco Live last week with Damien from CAMH Mental Health, one of the biggest mental health organizations in the world, and Link from education industry, and we were talking about, you know, the cultural shift, and you know, I think we're all going through it. I think there's probably a few lenses on it. The first one is the fact that I'm sitting here all day long, you know, and it's one after the other, and I don't move, right? First of all. Secondly, what's interesting about not moving, and like, so you and I are looking at each other right now. So the second interesting thing about that is I can see you, like I'm looking at you, and I'm fully engaged with you. So I have found personally, like sitting in here 12 hours, sometimes it's 16. If I'm lucky, it's less. It's a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy. So from a cultural point of view, you know, remember when I was in the office, I'd walk down the hallway, I have a bit of a chit chat, I'd walk into the meeting room, there'd be 10 people there, but I'd probably be only looking at the person talking, right? Only looking at the person talking. I actually find it quite fascinating that now, someone said this to me the other day, it's almost as if collaboration is the new equalizer. So now everyone is on the screen, everyone's on the screen, and you're watching everyone on the screen, and and normally, I mean, when I'm doing my team meetings, I can see the whole team. So, you know, I think from a cultural point of view, that's one. And there's been this myth around the culture of working from home. If you just take that, for example, I don't know how many of you have heard this story. Oh yeah, they're working from home, therefore it means they're not really working, you know?
Right. Oh yeah.
Exactly. And then there's the other myth, which is, oh yeah, she works 4 days a week. Well, no, she jams 6 days a week into 4 days a week because we all work hard, right? So that's the other myth. And I think culturally, if you think about that for a second, the you know the fact that we are more productive in ways at home is a major cultural shift. And it's also a cultural shift in companies that before COVID had rules and policies that said you cannot work from home. I mean, imagine that. There are companies out there that were saying that literally until COVID happened. So I think the culture of us working, just period, I think has changed forever, in my opinion. I don't even know if I'll ever go back or if I'll go back 1 or 2 days. But what I do know is I'm trying to figure out, Catherine, how do we understand this new culture in the context of working from home, and how do we jump on the things that are goodness? Because I always like to look at the positive and everything. So I've noticed that I can see faces and expressions more now with collaboration than I could when I was in the room. And if I see someone that's not looking quite good, I'll finish the meeting and call them and go, "Hey, you okay? Yeah, how did you notice? Because I saw you." Because maybe you'd be sitting. So I think I'm trying to learn more about the cultural changes around this, and I'm talking to a lot of IT professionals just to figure out what are we learning from this, and how do we capitalize it for the better. I think the fact that we're all equals in this meeting because everyone's there and everyone gets a voice. I just love that. I think that's amazing.
Well, you mentioned mental health and you know, seeing that someone is maybe not looking so happy, or maybe something's going on. I mean, you have over 2,500 people on your team. How have you kind of supported them when it comes to mental health, and how are you staying sane in the process of doing that?
So yeah, I mean, look, I'm supporting them any way I can. I check in with check in with them all the time. You know, I make sure they take days off when I can see that they've been overloaded for days. Cisco actually gave a day for you. It happened, I think it was about 4 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago. So the leadership team said, everyone's taking today off, the whole company. I was like, yeah, Friday, take the day off. And then we did it again on Juneteenth because of everything that's going on for our, African American Black community and colleagues. We felt that it was such an important day. We didn't want to disrespect it by working, so everyone had the day off as well. So I think you have to make sure that your people are okay. You have to just keep looking. I think as leaders, it's part of our job to make sure that they're okay. That's one. And secondly, I mean, try and figure out how you have fun. I mean, I'm sure everyone's doing social time on their collaboration platforms. I'm doing the Jackie G cooking show, so that's mainly for my family. Yeah, I love cooking.
What do you mean? You're cooking over video chat with your family?
Yeah, we have a video chat, and I'm recording them. And so my team have put like a hat, like a chef's hat on it now with my bun. If I'm wearing a bun, it's hilarious. But I love cooking, and I think you've got to just make sure that people find what is it that helps them switch their mind off. For me, it's cooking and dancing, right? I've always wanted to be a DJ. I like being DJ Jack after hours, after a vino or two. Yeah, and it just helps me. It just helps me clear my head. Or Audrey and I went and played. Although we've just started playing a whole 18-hole golf round on Sunday with one of the toughest courses in California. Of course, we picked that one, but we walked for 5 hours, and it cleared my head. So I keep looking for things like that for my team. And when I say my team, I'm not talking about my direct reports. I'm talking to everyone in the organization. I run sessions every week. Anyone from any part of the world can join. We have a limit on numbers because I can't talk to more than 50 people at once. But yeah, and I think people, we do more meetings where we don't talk about work at all. We just don't talk about work.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the interesting things about remote work is that, like you mentioned, walking down the hallway and having a little chit chat, like that piece of it kind of feels like it's missing. So I love that you're having meetings just to kind of hang out. I mean, what do you talk about on those calls?
Everything from how people are struggling. Like some people are struggling, they're single and they're at home alone. Others are struggling because there's a family member who's sick and they can't fly, and get to the other side of the world. I mean, I can totally appreciate that because that's my biggest fear, not being there. Yeah, I mean, anything and everything to the fact that, one guy went canoeing on the weekend and, and he had a ball and he fell out of his canoe. And I mean, it really depends. I mean, I think it's whatever people want to share. And I found that the last months honestly has brought us closer together, just in general. When I say closer together, I'm not talking about just Cisco, everyone across Cisco for sure, but even my family, friends. I mean, I'm sure some of you can relate to this. The fact that we've got more time, I'm not on a plane anymore all the time. I was on a plane all the time. I am so grateful I have not flown. I am loving my time with Audrey at home. I honestly, and I just think everyone has to find their mojo in this new world because frankly, I don't see it letting up anytime soon. So, finding that balance around we all need mental health, look after our mental health. It's really important. And everyone deals with working from home differently. You've just got to find, I would encourage you to just make time to find what works for you. It's just super important because this is a marathon. It's going to be a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the great thing is technology can help. So that's what I love about my job right now. We're helping anyone who needs help. So
including Queen Elizabeth.
Including Queen Elizabeth. Including healthcare workers, including everyone and anyone.
Yeah. So are you gonna, do you miss going into an office? Is that something that you're itching to get back to? Or are you, it sounds like you're pretty happy just hanging out at home.
No, look, I am a social animal. It's funny. I've been struggling. I flip flop. I have been struggling, but I like being in groups of people. I get my energy from other people. But what's interesting is I'm still getting my energy from people. It just happens to be that like I'm getting my energy from you right now because I can see you smiling, and that's how I get my energy. And yeah, so I think look, I will go back to the office. I would love to go back to the office. Whether I go back 1 or 2 days a week and that's it, maybe that's what it will be. I don't know yet. I think we're working through it. Every one of us is working through it.
Yeah, great. Well, this has been such a fabulous conversation. You are just amazing, and I feel so honored that I got to talk to you. Do you have any last words you want to end on? Any last advice for people as we look we're in this time of uncertainty in so many ways in terms of the recession and you know, the healthcare crisis. What's your advice?
Well, I would say, I mean, do what you can for others, number one. You know, let's keep driving this agenda of equality. I'm absolutely a massive advocate for it. I'm all about diversity of thought, regardless of your color, your race, your preference, whatever. Every person is a person, and every person is different, and different is great. As I said, that's my new superpower, the fact that I'm different. You know, what am I? I'm Latina kangaroo married to a woman who's French, who lived in Germany. I don't even know who I am, but I like who I am. I like who I am. So I would say, love who you are, keep learning who you are. And I will never stop learning. I mean, I keep learning more about myself every day. And trust me, since I met Audrey, oh dear, did I learn more about myself. We are very, very direct when it comes to communication in a nice way. So, look, I'd say, yeah, I mean, learn about yourself, accept differences. Let's keep driving the, um, you know, all the agendas around making sure this world is a better place for every community that we have. And yeah, and be safe. Be safe, look after yourselves, because we're going through a very, very tough period about wanting to get out, but is it really safe to get out? Just please be careful. And the last thing I'd say is, look, Catherine, it's been an honor to spend time with you. Leanne and the team, thank you for having me. You guys are doing an amazing job. It's really been a pleasure being part of this, and I hope I can help and be part of all of the great things in the future. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back to the Not in Real Life Lesbians Who Tech Allies Pride Summit. Luke is back. She is requested to do all high fives. And as you know, we start off every event off with a high five. You ready? Do you want to show them your swag? All right. Kelly, you ready?
I'm ready.
Boom. Good job.
I don't know. Maybe in the age of COVID, we could fist bump or elbow.
You want to do a little elbow fist bump? She's like, and I'm done. All right, we have with us today, I'm so excited about this, Kelly, who's the CEO and founder of ID. I've been following your career for just a few years, and I've just been so impressed. And the more I learned, the more I wanted to interview you and sort of go back to the beginning. But first, we start every session off with a few speed rounds just to warm us up a little bit.
All right,
so real quick, coffee, yes or no?
Yes.
How do you drink it?
Cream, or sometimes I'll do mocha when I'm feeling a little adventurous.
Adventurous. Team dog or cat?
Dog.
Fair. Favorite app on your phone right now?
Twitter.
Newest app you've downloaded?
What have I downloaded lately? Pass.
Favorite L Word character?
Shane, of course.
Favorite song?
He's a client. Favorite song?
Yeah.
Oh God. What is my favorite song right now? It would be a Madonna song, and I would say Like It or Not.
Person you looked up to most growing up outside of your immediate network?
Public figure wise, honestly, I would say Hillary.
Great answer. What's next on your Netflix queue?
The family's gonna watch The 13th together, Ava DuVernay's documentary series.
What's the first organization you ever made a donation to?
Oh wow.
Ish, one you remember.
I don't really remember the first, but in the last probably 15 years, I've donated a lot to furthering the cause for marriage equality. So HRC and the Prop 8 folks that led the fight in California. Obviously, that was really important to me and my family. And now a very wide range of organizations.
And I told you I worked for Equality California, right?
Yep.
Yeah. What's the thing you miss most?
Thank you.
Post-COVID.
What's the what post-COVID?
What's the thing you miss most in the new reality that is COVID-19?
Hugging people. Really.
Yeah. That was also Senator Harris's answer, just so you know.
She's
VP,
a hugger. Kamala is a hugger.
She is.
I've had the pleasure of hugging her a few times.
Your top VP pick, or you can give me your top two.
I think Kamala would be an excellent VP, and I also am a huge fan of Stacey Abrams.
Those are my top two as well. All right, so let's start. So you're a founder and CEO of this incredible company. You build not only brands, but really careers. And you started it in 1993. You actually are from San Francisco originally. And in 1991, you moved to LA. I would love to just sort of like paint the picture for me. You moved to LA, like, who are you? What are you thinking at the time? And then like, how does that transcend to just 2 years later starting ID?
Yeah. Well, in order to do that, I can't just start with arriving in LA because otherwise it would seem impossible for me to have
go back before then. Yeah.
So my background started at a young age with martial arts, and the focus and the drive and the discipline for that sport, and to achieve second-degree black belt and to be invited to be a member of the German national team gave me the confidence to represent myself and carry myself in a way that I didn't see happening with my peers who didn't have that belief in themselves. So when I moved to Los Angeles, I'd already worked for 11 years. I didn't get the opportunity to go to college. So I started working at 15. I was teaching self-defense. So the karate opened the door for that. I realized very early on in the place that I was teaching self-defense that the salespeople were the ones making money. And I needed to make money to get out of the house and to get out of my situation. So I asked if I could start sales, and I wasn't yet 16. So it was illegal actually for me to sign those membership contracts for the gym, but I did it anyway. And I did really well. And I worked 50 hours a week, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. And I stayed in that industry for 8 years. And so when I moved to Hollywood, I had already been doing sales, which is PR and communications is sales.
Yeah.
I had a brief interlude representing a photographer in San Francisco for 2 years and ran a studio, and that's where I learned Peachtree accounting and production, and again, still sales. So when I met this publicist in Los Angeles, she said, "You already are a publicist. You just don't know our industry, and I'll introduce you to people." And she did. Her name is Susan Geller, and so I just was thrown off the deep end and working for Susan, and she had a boutique firm at the time. There was, I think at that time, 6 employees. I was in it right away and had all the experiences. This was pre-internet.
Yeah.
So it was 91, 92, and loved it. And yet the environment and the culture was not what I'd hoped. And ID was born out of that. It was born out of wanting to create an environment where people come to work feeling respected, trusted, mentored, trained, and that's what I'm happy we've achieved that.
Yeah. Do you think you would have picked PR had it not sort of come to you in that moment? It sounds like that was sort of missing in the market, right? You sort of started the business under the idea that there was something really missing in terms of building like a healthy culture, it sounds like, and also providing great value to clients. But in those early years, like walk me through, going from just you and sort of like the first 5 employees, like in that sort of like culture lens and building a business, like what are some of the things some of the major lessons that you learned in those early days?
Yeah, well, it was the culture, driving me to start it. And it was also, I didn't see innovation where I was, and the world was changing right before our eyes. I mean, the internet just being one of them. And there was an old school approach to representation that wasn't necessarily one of collaboration and respect in terms of that leading, and your integrity leading, your interactions. And so it was twofold. It was, I see how to do this, but I want to do it a different way. And I want to create an environment where people have opportunity and can really truly realize their dreams through doing this as a career. So I left, I went on vacation and I got out of the country, and upon getting away and having some reflection, some self-reflection, and Rosie O'Donnell was one of my boss's early clients, and I led the campaigns for Rosie for League of Their Own and Sleepless in Seattle and many other films. And Rosie was my first client that came with me. Until 3 weeks later, she called me saying her agent is making her go back to my former boss. So my biggest client was gone within 3 weeks, which was actually a blessing because it freed me up to really start from scratch, build my own relationships, and I spent that first year and a half networking. I met every agent, every manager, every lawyer that I could, who were the people at the time who really would refer you clients. I also focused on building my press relationships, and I'm proud to say that I'm still close with all those people I met in my first year. And I hired the assistant that was with me at the former firm, which wasn't easy because they were from Australia and I needed to sponsor them for a green card.
Wow.
Which I did. And that person is still in PR today.
Wow.
And I just grew enough to where I had the ability to hire my, second employee, and did it one by one. I mean, I still I own and operate the company. I don't have investors or backers. It's just me and now my 100 strong, amazing, diverse team.
Did you ever at any point think about raising a round of funding? Did you ever feel like, no, you just, I mean, that's incredible on its own. I mean, there's so few businesses that have over 100 employees that can scale and don't have to take investment. What do you think it was about? I'm guessing those early relationships, right? Rosie left, and then you built all these relationships, and then this business is built largely, I'm assuming, on referrals. Why do you think they, those people who referred you, sort of, like took a chance on you, or did they see, something that you represented that maybe was missing in the space? Like, did they understand when they made that choice, not only that you were clearly like going to be successful, like you have that confidence about you, clearly they saw that, but was there something that they thought the people that they're referring would get from you that they wouldn't get from a different PR company?
Well, I think, first of all, there's a lot of very talented publicists out there. I think what maybe set me apart in those early days was perhaps that I was the first of this, among the first of this new generation of publicists. There was the grand dames that kind of ruled the town at the time, and I represented a new generation, and one that I don't know. I lead with integrity. I lead with passion. I do what I say I'm going to do. I don't make promises I can't keep. And I had some great results from the first 2 years that I worked for Susan Geller, and I was able to articulate what I did with those campaigns. And then in my first year out on my own, I had a few early supporters and early champions, some agents that referred me their clients, and I was fortunate enough to get to work on some Oscar campaigns early on, and I just built my reputation by how I behaved, and word of mouth, carried me through in that regard. And I also I felt like we were supposed to be a bridge to the media and not a wall. And
Right.
I think the tendency at that time in the early 90s was to be a wall and to say no to everything. And I felt like our role and responsibility was to be a bridge. So press, media liked working with me, and we collaborated, with great success. And the same thing happened at the movie studios and the TV networks, and that was obviously before streamers. But it's truly about having relationships that you cultivate and grow, and which is why it's been very important to me over these last many years. We started about 8 years ago, helping create opportunities for people who don't know that this is a career possibility for them.
Right.
We partnered with HBCU 8 years ago because I looked around Hollywood and our industry in particular, and it's a bunch of white faces, truly, majority.
Yeah.
And so we started back then, and I'm not saying it to pat myself on the back right now, but just to say that we're in the door, and we're at the
Right.
table, and we need to invite others to join us, and we need to go find them. They're out there. They just them. So that's one of the things that I did, is that I was able to bust through the door, and now it's my responsibility to bring other people up.
One of the quotes that Senator Harris's mom talks about is, "You may be the first at a lot of things, but make sure that you're not the last."
Yeah, exactly.
Which I think that's speaks to what you just said. So, you're talking about inclusion, right? Not only were you sort of inclusive to the talent and clients that you may have, and sort of the different approaches in terms of making media, making them more accessible to the media, but also in terms of talent. I'd love to hear, I didn't know that you did that. That's incredible. I'd love to hear how that program is going, and if you've seen any other agencies adopt that model, because I agree with you. There's so many, I mean, we do that all the time in technology. So many people just don't know that's an industry, right? And they might connect with us more because of our identity, and they're comfortable coming into the queer space, but then they realize, oh, like there's coding, there's, you know, there's design, there's all these, there's sales, like I mean, so many tech jobs are in sales, and you're right, they make a lot of money, and people just don't know that that's a path that they could take. So how's it going? Are you seeing any big shifts?
It started in 8.5 years ago. I was able to hire my first official HR manager. We grew to the size where I could afford it. And that's right after I also hired a COO, both women who share my vision, along with the president of my company, Mara Buxbaum. And Teresa Fung is a woman of color who runs my HR, and I said to her on her first day, okay, I'm not happy with our 8% or 9% diversity here. I want it to represent and reflect the world we live in, and I want your help, and that's what I want you to do. And we're up to 30% now, so she's delivering, and and we've got an amazing pipeline of assistants, which, by the way, that is how it works. Like, there's very few people that we hire that are experienced publicists who represent clients or films or production companies or brands or filmmakers that come and walk in. You know, you really do grow people from within. So we've got this great pipeline, and I'm proud to say that most of my VPs and SVPs started as interns at my company.
Wow.
We're talking a long time ago now.
That's amazing.
But that's what we're doing. And, you know, for the HBCU partnership, we sponsor the interns. So we cover their flights and lodging and things to, you know, we give them a stipend basically to be able to come out. And it's going well, but I'm still not satisfied. There's still a lot more work to do. And, you know, we started doing work about 6 months ago as a management team by learning about our hidden biases and microaggressions. And we did that in preparation to empower a diversity and inclusion task force at my company. And we were already aware of the difference that you feel when you're a Black employee and you're one of 6 or 7 out of 100. And we had started doing that work a few months ago, and the good news is my entire management team has taken it very seriously and has joined me and the rest of the leadership team to really lead the way for our industry. So I'm not aware of other PR. I don't think there's any other Hollywood PR firms that are doing it. Hopefully they will be. I'm very much worried about my own staff and my own team right now, but certainly as someone who is out there in the business, I've been sharing with these other firms some of the work that we've been doing.
Yeah. Well, and it's truly a competitive advantage, right? You know, having a team that's representative of the country that we live in, the communities that we live in, the people that we're serving makes you an employer that talent's going to find you. And so if they haven't already, I think it's something they'll have to do just by competitive advantage.
Send them my way.
Yeah. No, I'm sure many people listening in are already Googling right now. So like I said, you don't only build brands, you build careers. I'd love, you know, especially for people who don't know a lot about this process, you know, when you sign new talent, like, can you give me a little bit of sort of the process that you undergo and the sort of thinking that you have when that process starts, kind of in the early part?
Sure. So I would say, really, we don't manufacture anything. We don't create anything. It comes from the artist. And I'm fortunate enough that myself and my colleagues represent truly some of the most interesting artists and voices of our time. So it's our job to help amplify them. And, you know, the artists that we represent happen to lead with integrity, and they live their values. Right. So, you know, there are a lot of brands and companies right now making all kinds of statements, and you can tell that it's performative. You certainly can tell when it is, and you can also tell when it's authentic, you know, when people are embodying and living in harmony with their values. And we always have championed activists as artists. Ellen Page is someone I've worked with for a very, very long time, and has taught me so much over the years with the kinds of choices she makes for putting her name on something or deciding to put her money and time in making, this documentary she made last year, There's Something in the Water, which is all about environmental racism, and it was inspired by her reading a book about it. And so the first thing we do is listen.
Yeah.
We listen. We get to know the person, and there's no formula. It's really about the artist, about the voice, about the person. And our job then is to educate the media, which then educates the industry on who they are and what they stand for. So, it comes all kinds of different ways. With Serena Williams, 8 or 9 years ago when I started working with her, she didn't have the kind of reputation and respect she should have. And it was just because this area of her career wasn't thoughtfully handled for her on her behalf. And I think maybe Serena also felt a bit of a us and them with the press, it's something she sort of had to do rather than something that could be a vehicle for her voice and a vehicle for her passions and beliefs and what she stands for. And so I'm really proud to say that I have helped Serena harness that and get her message out and protect her also, and make sure that people interviewing her and photographing her from the front of the camera, behind the camera, etc., are people of color and women, and that's important. And also for Serena to know her voice matters, and that we need her voice right now, and that she's a role model, and to take that seriously. And the media, which is what we manage, is just the vehicle for her. And therefore, who has access to Serena and for how long, etc. It is a bit, I guess it is a bit of gatekeeping, but in the wrong hands, which she was before, people came with their own hidden biases and their own prejudices about her. She's faced so much racism in her sport. So I feel like we've achieved that, and now it's about maintaining it. So to go back to your question, it's different for every single person, and it's also too about championing voices out there in the media that don't always get the access and don't always get the interviews. And so we're focused on that as well.
So for example, when you sort of signed Serena, did you have that sort of goal in mind, or did it take you a minute to kind of cultivate sort of even what the roadmap was, right? Sort of came to you with, was there a problem to solve, or do you sort of develop that, as you go along? I mean, and it's a two-part question. One of my favorite ads of all time is, don't call it a comeback. I just think that was like one of the most powerful moments for her and her journey, but also where we were as a movement of mothers, of sort of returning to the workforce. There's just so many messages in that, on top of just being an incredible ad for, who was it, Chase, I think, or so kind of walk me through, that journey in the beginning with Serena to like even the moment with the ad, and sort of how you're adjusting as you go along in the process.
Sure. Well, I was brought into Serena's life at a very specific moment in time, which was involving an article that had come out that was very damaging, and so it was a weekend. It was the middle of a Wimbledon tournament, and she was about to do a press conference, and there were some things that needed to be addressed, and her former publicist right away issued a statement and said, the journalist made it all up. It's not true. Blame the press person, which wasn't accurate. And they got fired, and I got hired, and we jumped in, and Serena owned her mistakes right away, and did some things behind the scenes that addressed them and issued the right kind of apologies publicly. and we sort of got through that.
Yeah.
And I'd had a relationship with her agent for many years prior to that, and so I'd been following what was going on with Serena. And so with most clients, we're either aware because it's someone we'd love to work with, and so we come to the first meeting with a perspective. But again, until we hear what their goals are and what their experiences have been up to this point with PR and image and so forth, we can't just come in and go, okay, here's what we think.
Right.
So we listen, and we then make some decisions based on what's happened, what the goals are. A recent example that isn't Serena that I think will resonate with folks is Hannah Gadsby. So Hannah Gadsby was a very successful Australian comedian who had worked for 10 years at honing her craft, and got a Netflix special called Nanette, and had some Australian amazing, wonderful managers leading her team. And they didn't have relationships, very far into our industry. But another one of my clients referred me to Hannah, and we knew that her special was something very, very unique and rare. And they all assumed Netflix had this plan, this big marketing PR plan, and
Right.
it was one of the specials that they were just going to put up and see what happened. And the press strategy comes after it's out and after they see what kind of reaction they get, because they have so much content.
Right.
Does happen with some of their specials and shows and things, which is, it's just see what happens and then respond and react. So we were proactive with Hannah and with Nanette, and we screened it for press, and we had locked in a number of major moments, which led all the way to Emmy nominations, and now a second special, Douglas, which just came out, but also helping Hannah navigate this world.
Yeah.
Hannah's now come out having a late in life diagnosis of autism, and fame and celebrity and all of that is not something that she can just breeze right through. Most people can't. And so really taking care of Hannah in the process, and really for every client, it's helping them navigate all of this while maintaining their priorities, which sometimes is time off and family and relationships, and this is not something that should dominate or run your life. Really, you should be able to live your life and have this support your art, but not take it over.
Yeah. Obviously, a lot of the people in our community, they're underrepresented technical leaders, maybe at their company. And now, we're living in a world where everyone needs a brand. Everyone has a brand. And I think that's probably always been true. But I think with, the digital reach and social media, and also just, how competitive technology is, and the jobs that we're seeking aren't just about the work you do, but it's about being noticed. I'd love to hear from you, sort of like high level or even a specific, kind of tips, like a few pro tips. What would be your advice to them in terms of, depending where they are in their career, how to focus on their brand in an authentic way, for them?
So obviously we admire people and brands with integrity. And it involves so many traits that we all aspire to: trustworthiness, responsibility, honesty, strength of character, values, right? So the most successful people live their values, and they manifest it in everything they do, in their hiring practices, for our industry, the roles they choose, in how they treat people every single day in the office. They're living in harmony with their values. So I think if you start there and you ask people to define, even their manifestos and things, who are you? What do you want to contribute? If you start there, you will find that it will resonate with other people, and it won't be something you have to manufacture. So social media obviously is an amazing tool, but people can smell it when you're, again, just being performative or being fake and phony about it. So I would say start with the people closest to you in your life, your friends and family, and embody those values and extend it into your workplace. And, listen, nothing can sway me from, my true north of integrity and, the values that I try to live by every single day. So no matter what's happening in the world, we have that. We can get through it. One of the things I'm very proud of right now in this pandemic is we're keeping every single person employed. We haven't had to let go of any staff. And I think a lot of our clients feel we're more valuable now than ever navigating what we're dealing with in the world in every way. But I would say that my advice to people is lead with your values. And my own personal approach has always been to try to be the very best at whatever it was I was doing, which means there's still always more to learn, and I'm never done. And so with that humility, I think you're able to overcome whatever obstacles are in your way by being willing to say, if you make a mistake, learn from it. And if you don't have the answers, to seek out people that do for advice and mentorship.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best things. You have to say no a lot in your industry, right? You can't say yes to everything. And I think the other thing that a lot of underrepresented talent have to deal with, especially if they're tokenized, is they get asked to do everything, speak on every panel, be a part of every group, sort of take on more of that emotional labor. What's your advice to people, especially in that realm of integrity? How do you say no when you should, say yes when you should or when you want to, but do it in a way that feels okay? Because I feel like that is a process for a lot of people. I think obviously you're, now that I know your black belt history, probably, kind of attributed to that clear, direct confidence and, saying no with respect and integrity, but still knowing when to hold a boundary. So I'd just love to hear a little bit more on that, especially for our community.
It's not so easy when you're starting out to say no.
Yeah.
You feel like you should say yes to everything. I had an agent call me right after I started ID. I think this was right after Rosie left, actually, so I was quite, vulnerable at the time. And I had an agent call me and say, "I have a client for you." And I was like, "Great. Who is it? Let me do some research. Let me know more." And they said, "But you need to work for free." And I said, "No." And they were shocked. And they said to me, "That's not very smart, because you should work for free just to have a client with me, because then I'm going to refer you other clients one day and whatever." And I said, "With all due respect, I can't work for free. I can't. We don't get paid enough as publicists anyway." This was back in '93. But my work has value, and my strategy is meaningful, and you should be lucky to have a client with me. And looking back, which is now quite a ways ago, all I can say is, Leanne, I was living my value. I was living my integrity. And so that's my advice for people, is don't be afraid to say no if it's not sitting right with you, if you feel tokenized, right? If you feel taken advantage of in any way, say no. And if you put your head on your pillow at night and you feel good about who you are and you can feel good about the decisions you've made, that's all you can hope for. You can't really worry about what other people say or what other people think. Just, that's my advice, is take care of yourself at all times.
At the end of the day, we're the ones that we have to live with forever. Yeah.
Exactly.
I know we don't have a ton of time, but you worked on a project, or probably still working on a project called the 50-50 Project, specifically for equal pay in Hollywood. 2017 it launched. I'd love just a quick update on, since it is 2020, where like high level where the project is, and what are sort of the next steps.
Yeah, I actually am not on the 50-50 by 2020 team. I mentioned it when it launched because one of my clients, Jill Soloway, was on that board. They're going to be making announcements in the coming weeks regarding the updates on it.
Yeah.
And
well, like I said, big picture, sort of in the last like sort of 2017, 2018, especially post Harvey Weinstein. Have you seen, and I'd be curious actually just your take, with Black Lives Matter sort of reaching the movement, reaching more people in the last few weeks? Are you seeing people wake up to things? I mean, you've sort of been at the forefront in your industry on some of these conversations for a long time, right? So with these conversations of equal pay, Black Lives Matter, are you seeing a shift, even sort of your span in the conversation with this, specifically in Hollywood?
Yeah. I'm cautiously optimistic about what I see, but I'm not convinced yet that it isn't, still a bunch of, honestly, mostly white men in power. Because there was something circulating recently which had the faces of all the boards of all the Hollywood companies, and it's appallingly bad. So until that changes, it's really not going to meaningfully change. And Build Power recently put out a letter that was powerful, signed by many of our clients, on the changes that they're demanding from Hollywood, and they're measurable and meaningful. And I'm certainly going to be supporting that initiative and more. But it's, again, in order for there to be change, the people that are in control and in power have to want to change it. And I had a call with a filmmaker client not that long ago. We were talking about announcing 3 movies in a row with 3 different studios, 3 great projects. And the management team and the agents were asking me, okay, what else should we do, and how we announce this? And I said, well, I'll have that part taken care of, but what I'd like to challenge you to do is, on these productions, behind the camera and in front of the camera, how many people of color can you hire? How many LGBTQ people can you hire as heads of departments? How many roles can go to Black people, Latinx, And they were like, absolutely, yes, help me do that, because I've been on film sets, and even, the best intended, women in tech and LGBTQ women, I'll come for a filming of something, and it's an all white male crew.
Yep.
And I'm like, wait, hold on a second. There are very qualified women out there and people of color out there. Where are they? So that's what I'm doing. And I'm challenging people in every conversation to look at that and to, not rest on status quo and this is how we do it and this is how we've always done it. And so I'm optimistic, but the statistics are appalling for our industry, for women behind the camera, for people of color, for the stories that are being told. I mean, we need a big shift. We need a really big shift in order to have there be a true equality.
Yeah, I hope the pressure stays. I feel like people are, for the first time, feeling the pressure, especially on the economic side, and for like the NFL to apologize, things like that are just finally starting to happen. I hope that this urgency continues, and I think agencies like yours that truly see this as a competitive advantage. It's not something you're doing for charity; it's something you have to do to innovate and be a great business. And I feel like the more that continues, but the more that we, as especially white allies and accomplices, sort of continue to say, this is not a choice. This is something you have to do. 2 last questions. If you could go back to that 1993, 1991 self, what would be the one thing that you would tell that person when you first got to LA? If you could go back.
I think I would have started fighting for equality. If I would have started then, I'd be a lot farther along than I am now.
Yeah.
So I would say making it a priority back then when I started.
And then we'll end with, what's the most consistent advice you give to all of your clients?
Oh, clients.
Yeah, like if there's one thread that sort of like happens more often than others.
Yeah. Real-time respectful feedback and direct conflict resolution. Don't do anything over text or email or voicemail that you wouldn't want published on a billboard in Times Square or your grandmother to read. And to resolve conflict with people directly and respectfully in real time. There's no good comes from holding a grudge or staying angry with people or gossiping behind somebody's back to a person who's in no position to resolve the conflict. So,
right.
Conflicts happen in people's relationships and in work relationships and on sets. And I always just encourage people to talk to the person in person or over the phone or over Zoom is fine, but not via text.
That is a pro tip, everyone. Please definitely hold that. One of the things I say, if we've hugged, then we should have a conversation, at least over voice, to hear one another out. And I think it's one of the dangers that have sadly happened with having a president like we do now, this sort of, cancel culture and just not having real hard conversations. And that's the way that, growth and learning truly happens. And until you hear at least someone's voice, it's really hard to move past it or to learn in a real and deep way. Thank you so much, Kelly. This has been incredible. Lesbians Who Tech community, so happy to have you. And when we are back in person, we hope to have you in real life someday real soon.
Absolutely. And thank you for letting me do this interview from a car.
Our first car interview.
On Highway 1, I'm sucking off the Wi-Fi of the bakery here. They were kind enough to give it to me because I'm staying somewhere where there's no service, no Wi-Fi. But we made it work, and I hope Joe Cooper, your production guy, is satisfied with the stream.
It's actually been great. There's been barely any slowness, and this speaks exactly to what you're talking about. You said you do it, and you showed up with integrity, even if you have to show up in your car. So I appreciate you, and thank you.
A little warm now. I need to get the AC on and the windows open. But it was great to see you. Congratulations on motherhood and on the full rest of the conference.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
fell and lost to the war. Shot me dead, I was lost. And I said to the voices in my head, I'm gonna get up again. I'm gonna get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up again. I'm gonna get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up again. Look into my eyes. My heart beats like a drum. You listen to my lies. Love, your love is fun. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me in this morning time, but it just goes on. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me in this morning time, but it just goes on. Gotta get up again. I'm gonna get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get Your face! Your face!
Over the past year, I've become extremely passionate about the topic of financial literacy as it relates to people of color and women. It is my huge personal passion I'm constantly trying to invest in companies or advise companies, and on occasion, buy companies. I'm super interested in seeing brands, and specifically female CEOs, own their own companies from the ground up, truly. So I think that's like kind of the next wave of big brands that are coming.
I think it's critical that there are more visible representations of diversity in Silicon Valley. It is critical.
Ladies and gents, I'm so excited to show you the all-new Apple Music.
I think there's this misnomer that it's when you get to senior leadership positions that all of a sudden there's a spotlight on you and your work. That's not true. I think for a lot of women of color specifically, there's a spotlight all the time.
I know how this business makes me feel. I feel alive, and I feel excited, and I feel like a badass, because I am, okay?
Hello, Moj. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Of course, on cue, my lawnmower guy's here.
That's okay. You know what? This session, obviously this entire summit is not in real life. And so we are allowed to not be perfect, right? Because we don't have a bunch of production around us. Everybody is in the same situation, so it's okay. And we're going to talk about redefining beauty.
I'm ready.
What happens when your business model goes away overnight? Because everything has gone away overnight, except for our innovation.
I feel like, first of all, I love the earrings, the lipstick. I want you to know that I always aspire to be as well presented as you are, because you are really, truly, like, you command a respect and elegance when you walk around. So I just want to say I feel very lucky that you're interviewing me, because I feel quite shy.
Okay, well, let's do that. Okay, let's do that, because there are people who are watching us. And although this is going to feel like a conversation, just like we would have any day of the week, because we know each other, it probably is fair to introduce ourselves to make sure that folks understand who we are and why we're here. Because I'm very, very, very fortunate to have been invited to speak at Lesbians Who Tech before. And I am excited to participate in the Pride Summit this year. I am honored to be interviewing you, but in my regular life, in the day-to-day 9 to 5, I'm Bozeman St. John, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Endeavor, which is a global representation, talent, media agency, which obviously operates in a lot of places, but my main job, what I would say, is telling narratives, creating stories that are affecting our world. And so right now, I am very, very, very pleased to be in the conversation with this dynamic person who has changed our world in the way that she's used her platform to not just disrupt an industry, but to literally rewrite how we look at beauty. So Moj, tell us about yourself. Wait, there's actually one caveat, Moj.
Yes.
Because maybe there's some people who know you.
Yes.
But I'm going to make it very crystal clear, for those who don't, that Moj has a tendency to use her full power in her humility and her desire to make sure that she lifts everyone up, to sometimes not center herself in the conversation. So one of my jobs during this entire conversation is to keep centering you. Okay,
wow.
Moj?
Good luck.
Okay. So
Good luck.
Okay, so this is our first test. Centered on Moj. Tell us about yourself, Moj.
Well, hi guys. I'm thrilled. I got to come up to San Francisco last year, and I remember actually this is my third Lesbians Who Tech event. Yeah, because the first one was New York, then San Francisco, and now this. So I feel excited. I feel like I've gotten the whole like variety of opportunity, and I feel like I loved San Francisco last year. I actually love New York too, but I'm really, really grateful to be here. And so, yeah, it's Pride Month. Although I feel like I don't know what month it is exactly. I feel like it's a little unclear. So I feel like this event was important to me because it centered me in the fact that yes, it is in fact Pride. And also, who am I? Moj. I'm the founder and CEO of BeautyCon. What is BeautyCon? BeautyCon is like my science project for the beauty industry, for the wellness industry. I generally like to put a whole bunch of different people together and have provocative conversations around, I would say, interesting human topics. And the only way to get people to do that is to get them to do that around business and commerce. And so my agenda in general has always been about how can you bring the arts and humanities into commerce conversations. And it's just something that I've been having a blast with over the past 5 or 6 years at BeautyCon, of turning the beauty industry upside down. And I couldn't be more pleased with where we're at in society right now and seeing the radicalness of the conversations that are going on specifically within the beauty industry. So yeah, that's me.
Yes, radical change, radical narratives, I feel like is a through line between us. You know what another thing is, Moshe, that I have to admit and confess? I have fallen in love with your grandmother, even though I've never met her, and I've never interacted with her more than on your Instagram posts, which is where I find so much energy. I feel like she might have a little something to do with your radical way of looking at life and culture. Would you agree, disagree? What is the...
I feel very strongly that all the good things about me are from both of my grandmothers. I was raised essentially by my grandmothers because my parents were very young working immigrants who worked 2 jobs. So I don't really remember them that much as like a young child. Like I remember being loved and I knew they were my parents, but like who fed me, who took care of me, who put me to sleep, who put me to nap, who talked to me and answered, I would say most of my early questions were both of my grandmothers, because even though they came from another country, they were super wise. And both of my grandmothers, like one of them was a devout Muslim and spiritualist, and the other one was like one of the most famous singers and performers in Iran ahead of her time. And so I always think about her as like the Lana Del Rey of like I feel like she's like somewhere between like if you were to take like in my head, like I don't know, all of it's like, is it Solange? Is it Lauryn Hill? Is it Lana Del Rey? Like provocative. Someone who at the time was like kind of a bad girl. Single mom, musician, singer, performer. And like I think one of the first times I saw a video of her on YouTube and I saw that there were trans people at her concerts, I was like, oh, like it's okay to be different, or it's okay to, there's lots of different types of people and it's not just me. And it sort of, I think that's when I realized, oh, like the diversity of humanity is really old. It's been around for a long time, and gender fluidity has been around for a long time. And so, yeah, I learned most of that from both of my grandmas because I think they were quite ahead of their time.
Wow, that's actually really, I love how you just said that about diversity. It sounds like such an easy statement to make, but it's so true, which is that, you know, the diversity of us has been around from the beginning. Like, you know, these conversations we're having sometimes feel so brand new, or it feels as if it's the first time we're talking about it, but maybe it's because it's the first time we're interacting with it, and not because the fight hasn't always been, or the diversity or the celebration of us hasn't always been. And so that's really fascinating to me that you learned that from essentially pictures or videos of a time when probably we think, or we assume, that certain aspects of us as people were not celebrated or accepted. And clearly we've come a long way for sure. But I find it interesting that your foundation can be pointed at. Where does your empathy come from? Because like I said, I'm gonna keep making fun of you because you'll want to keep censoring the content elsewhere. But where does this tremendous empathy come from?
So I think every time I do something for Lesbians Who Tech, I feel like I need to give like an authentic answer to these things because I'm aware of who the audience is, and I've gotten so many emails and text, DMs from people who've attended some of these events. I think for anyone that's been through trauma and abuse and complicated times in their life, you sometimes digest those traumas and you become like an empath. So like I'm a total empath. It's not something I want to be. I would prefer not to be, but being an empath means that you just feel you're hypersensitive to how other people feel, and then you like ingest those feelings like they're your feelings. So I feel like, again, my mom's mom, my grandmother, who was very spiritual, was a big time God person, like big time faith, big time universal, like very much about God. And so I swear to you, every night she would be like, we're going to pray for all of these people we saw today. And it would be like a long list, like the mail guy, the lady at the store, your friend's mom, your dad, your grandma, your aunt you've never met, your cousin you've never met. And she would like kind of just like run me through the list of all the reasons why people needed prayers. I feel like praying and prayer makes people feel more empathetic because generally you're praying sometimes for yourself, but then you start praying for other people. I feel like praying for other people as a function of empathy. And I don't know if that's like, I just think it's just my grandma was very like, who did you pray for today? Like she was just like very like, she was very like, like so many people, this rice you don't want to eat. Like there's so many millions of people on this planet that will kill for this rice. Like you need to pray for those people who cannot, don't have this rice to eat. And also this rice doesn't go in the trash. This rice gets sprinkled in the park for the birds to eat because birds are also, they are humanity, she would say. Like this is a expression of God. Like she was just like that. Like everything about her was like, you better not throw that bread in the trash because this bird could eat it. And that bird, is a soul.
Gosh.
So, my parents are like the uber opposite. They're like, you better work, you better get it done, that's where the timeline, like whose feelings, what feelings. But like the grandmas were just like on some like ayahuasca vibes of like, because they were just old world, right? So they weren't hustling.
Yeah. But I love that those two influences have clearly shown up very, very much so in your life. I mean, we can jump all the way to where you are now, but can you take us through a little bit of like how you got to this place? Because I think the foundation philosophically, of what your grandmother has instilled in you, coupled with what felt like very directive, timelines and get it done and work from perhaps your parents, certainly led you to this place. But how did it show up in the journey on the way here?
I mean, I've talked about this before. I left home when I was 16 and a half. I was emancipated. My parents were they're super homophobic. They did not know how to digest me or understand. So, they said, well, if you can't be normal, you can't live here. And I think they kind of meant it as like an ultimatum or like a dare. I moved out. I didn't see them for almost a decade. So I'm not a good person to dare, as a tip.
Points noted. Yes.
But I think that the love and the confidence that both of my grandmothers raised me with gave me a lot of confidence in myself. So I knew I wanted to be in the arts. I knew I loved music. I knew I loved entertainment. I was a crazy person that like stood in line for art shows and like, I still have all over my walls on the other side are tickets to all the concerts I've been to, all the gallery events I've went to. I'm an avid, like I love culture. I think culture is the ultimate expression of humanity. I love the arts. I love fashion. I love the people who make stuff. And so I think first and foremost, I consider myself a fan. And after a fan, I then became consumed with the business of the arts and entertainment. And then, you know, I moved to LA in my early 20s and thought I was going to be like a big time record producer, kind of like in my brain, you know, I was like, oh, I'm going to be like Jimmy Iovine. Like that was like something that I aspired to. Like, how can I be a record producer, a record label executive, you know, move on to, you know, making movies and stuff like that. And so I had lofty goals that were pretty, I was oblivious to my gender and how I looked. I just thought this ambition is what I have, and therefore I should be able to have it. I didn't realize until my mid to late 20s that there's a whole other realm of the conversation called, you know, the glass ceiling, prejudice, limitations, lack of opportunity. But yeah, I basically became a marketer. I think that's like marketers are essentially like, if you know any marketer like you're a fan. Like that's what you are. You like good music. People come to you like, what are you listening to? What are you wearing? Everything you have, everything you touch is indicative of the fact that you ingest ton of piece of information. And so if someone's like, hey, what DJ should I have? They're like, Bose, like you're gonna tell them, you know. So I think for me, that's what I became, as the ultimate marketer, because marketing is like the academic study of fandom.
I like that. I'm going to write that one down too. Wow. Yes. The academic, what did you say? The academic pursuit of fandom? Study. Yeah. Academic study of fandom.
Yeah, fandom.
Yes. New definition of marketing right here, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what you are. That's what you are, right?
Yes. Okay. So given that you love culture, and certainly we share that love, and you love marketing, which is, yes, the academic study of fandom.
And commerce, right? That's like where the commerce comes in.
Yes, and commerce. Let's talk about today.
Yes.
Where we are today. Because certainly, besides the pandemic and the issues which have always existed, but that are erupting around Black Lives Matter, it's interesting to me to understand how culture has driven so much of what we love, what we're fans of. You know, I mean, obviously the influences of the LGBTQ community has also driven so much culture. And we are constantly at war to be recognized, not just for the influence and impact of our contributions to culture, but right now I would say that we are dependent on that culture in order to survive this environment that we have right now. So what are your thoughts about where we are in culture today and how we are evolving that today?
So we're in a reckoning today, right? This is a reckoning of the patriarchy at war with the matriarchy. This is, you know, LGBTQ, Black Lives Matter, you know, all of the voices and different movements within women of color, people of color, the trans movement. All of these movements are about, in my mind, sort of like a demand for representation of the feminine. And I don't mean the feminine in the you know, as your genitalia, but as energy, right? I think that society and people in general want a culture that's more representative of a nurturing, an inclusivity, a caring, a being seen. You know, I think people want to be moved. They want to believe in something again. It's like faith is something that's, how many prayer groups have I been invited to? How many spiritual gatherings have I been invited to? Like, people give me more compliments on my grandmother's prayer beads than they would a gold chain. Like, and that's what matters right now. And I think that's what should matter. This had to kind of happen. I think the patriarchy has kind of run amok. I think the patriarchy has done a terrible job of serving, you know, the people and taking care of humanity in general. You can't have 26 people in the world controlling 50% of the world's wealth and have this level of poverty, this level of, you know, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's opportunity, you know, I mean, there's a million things to say as to why this is happening, but yeah, this had to happen. This had to happen, and I think it's no shock to me that it's of course Black women who are at the forefront of this movement. Because I think about the level of empathy, intelligence, and affection and warmth that is in the cultural reckoning right now. I think about, like, for example, I think about my friends and I'm sure your friends, or I don't know if you know Patrice or Opal. I think about, you know, like when I first met the three founders of Black Lives Matter, like, you know, this was the original sort of, I think 4 or 5 years ago, for when I first originally met Patrice and Opal specifically. It's like you meet these people, it's like the intelligence, the tenderness, the empathy, the it's like the information, like I think leadership just needs to come from a different place. And I think that the reckoning, like, right, it's a sham, right? Like, there's not equal opportunity for everyone. Everyone now knows that. There's not equal, the whole concept of put your time and energy into something and you'll be able to reap your rewards. Like, I think there's an inequity in that. And so I think that's what society as a whole is thinking about. I mean, you know, all of this is what BeautyCon has been about. This is what I've been thinking about for a long time. And so I don't know that I understand exactly how it's going to go, but it does definitely feel like a little bit of a war.
It certainly is a war. It is
You
certainly
know?
a war. How does this impact you, this shift in culture, this reckoning? How does it impact you specifically? Like, how is this personally impacting you?
It's hard to be the person. I have a lot of people in my life that don't understand it. So it's hard to be the person that's explaining it. Because it's data, right? It's information. I think that people don't necessarily want to read the information. It's like the same way that some people are like, COVID's real, COVID's not real. It's like this debate, like, is COVID real? Is COVID not real? Is it really killing certain people more than others? Is it really, can you really pass it from a cough? I think when people don't respect science and facts and data, it's a problem. And we live in a country that's been rewriting facts and data for some time and hasn't been taking seriously the information. So I think on a personal level, I'm exhausted. I'm totally worn out. I vacillate between I'm optimistic and I'm hopeless. But I also think that never has there been a better time to be an entrepreneur, because this is going to be the most fertile soil for opportunity and change. And so at the end of the day, even when I'm just losing it and eating a bag of chips and like ice cream, because I can't get the Bose fitness challenge, which I really wanted to jump 1,000 jump ropes a day, but I couldn't. So I just ordered a Peloton and started swimming, but I'm getting to this 1,000 jump rope situation and planks and all this. I don't know if you guys have seen Bose's radical fitness.
You know, you're not going to uncensor this conversation
No,
today.
no, but I
see what you're doing.
I know. But I mean, I think this year is trash, but I also think trash makes for amazing fertilizer and will make the soil rich. And we have to like just look at this situation as, how can we make this soil rich? Because 2021, 2022 is going to be built. This is, on some level, the other part that I'm kind of excited about is this whole thing is just wiping out like all of the wantrepreneur wannabes of people who thought they were like hardcore. Like everyone who's like, you know, they thought they could hang with the seriousness, all of a sudden they're like, and I'm out. So for me, I'm like I was built for something like this because I'm like, I can deal with trauma and I can deal with stress.
Okay, because that's what life has taught us, right? Fortunately or unfortunately. By the way, I really love that trash and fertilizer analogy. I'm using it stat. I will be using it in my next meeting. That's a fantastic way to put it. I also felt the shade in the wanapreneur. Is that what you said?
Wantrepreneurs. Well, like that's what I'm definitely happy for the end of the like Shiro, like all this like, like I have like I don't know that I believe in this concept of like everyone should be an entrepreneur, everyone should be a hustler, everyone's got to be a girl boss, and everyone's got to be a thing. I actually think it's like put a bunch of people who like should not be in those situations. And oops, sorry. I feel like it's taken a whole bunch of people who probably would be pretty happy employees and stuck them into a situation where they're like pulling their hair out trying to be an entrepreneur, and like they're not fit to be an entrepreneur. Like you have to be able to have thick ass skin to be an entrepreneur. Like you have to be you're going to get hated on, you're going to fail 99% of the time. You're constantly insecure and putting yourself out there in uncomfortable ways. You're pitching stuff that probably won't happen. So you have to be cool with being failed.
I mean, you just keep with the boom, boom. Okay.
You know that, right?
Listen, I know it. And you're right. I think you and I have had so many conversations also about what it means to be, whether you're entrepreneur, intrapreneur, whatever you're doing, and get the support to be included, and therefore to see the success, right? Because you're right. It's not that we're not smart enough or not capable, but it is about inclusion on so many levels.
I just want that
on like all levels. So what does that take? What does that take in order for us to become more inclusive?
Well, I think women first and foremost have to aspire to want and get the white boy money. So I think, that's the gang that I'm always trying to recruit you in.
True. Those are facts. Everybody, those are facts.
I'm like, you could just be in this gang with me with these other ladies who are over here trying to get this white boy money. Look, so many things are possible when you have the resources to do things. And I think that's where you want to be. You want to be in a place where you can make investments, you can create opportunities. I feel like I'm pushing everyone, especially you. Anyone I think I'd like in my mind, it's like I look forward to the day where I get the email that you're running for Senate and I'm on your fundraising. We're making this announcement right here. We're making this, your run for Senate, launching your new work lifestyle product where we can all now learn how to watch me work.
Amen. Okay.
But that's what it takes. I feel like we have to monetize, and that's the only way. I feel like me and my friends, all of my girlfriends and the people I care about, I look forward to the day where all of us are successful and healthy and happy. And so, yeah.
So how do we center that energy? Because I feel you. And I love, even though I make fun of you, I do love that you're always reminding me, because that reminder is part of our friendship contract, right? You're not gonna let me ever settle for anything that is less than my worth, which I appreciate. I really do, because it can feel uncomfortable. It can feel so uncomfortable to ask for and demand the space to be included. Like it gets so uncomfortable. So how do we encourage other people to do it? Like, why do you do it? And how can I be a better friend, an encourager and supporter, an advocate to push all of us into this space of inclusion, and more so to get this white boy money, as you said.
So I think the best thing for me out of this pandemic and this movement has been this nonprofit I started with a bunch of friends of mine called Beauty United. And we started this mentorship program, which we'll be announcing later this week. But I think we were talking this morning about the difference between mentorship and sponsorship. And so I can be someone can be my mentor, but sponsorship is, we were at this TV project and someone was like, who could be a good executive producer? And I was like, I think Bose could be a great executive producer, right? I think you have to start to insert people in your life in places and where there's a payday, there's an opportunity. Maybe it's stretching them outside their comfort zone of things that they may already be doing, but that they have the skill set and the competency to stretch. I think that you have to work really hard to surround yourself with people that push you, help you coach through stretching. That's why I tag you on my workouts. And that's why you tag me. Literally, I went back to the gym this past Saturday because you've tagged me like 3 times and I'm like over here gained 8 pounds since COVID. So, when you have a friend who's calling you, you have to I think my therapist said to me, you got to always surround yourself with people who see you for your best self. Yes. Right? Call you, demand you into action in that way. So that's why I like to bother you, because to me, you're a supreme leader. You're someone that I would like to see people like you in my life have the opportunity to expand and make success, make mistakes, make all the things that white boys do, which is they do tons of stuff that sucks, but some of the things they do is amazing. But they have a circle of trust, and that circle of trust is the camaraderie that I think a lot of us, whether you're Black, whether you're LGBTQ, trans, if you're butch, I think you have to seek to support people within your community to expand.
Yes. Oh my gosh. That's definitely an unlock for me right now about what allyship also means, because I think we talk about allyship a lot in that you are not part of this group, and so therefore you are an ally to that group. But what about us in the group? Can we be better allies to each other within our group? So even as you talk about us in a way of pushing each other, because we are not part of the establishment. And in this time when, a lot of our business models, the way that we work, the way that we thought this year was going to go, maybe some of the innovative plans we had have gone away. How can we be better allies to each other as we push in this moment to, grow and create and support? Because it's damn hard out here, and it can feel so overwhelming. So even thinking about the future state of where we're going, what are the ways in which, even for you, how are you staying motivated, even in your allyship? Because I'm telling you, everybody who's listening, listen, definition of ally right there. Supportive ally who, yes, will tag me in workouts, but also because sometimes it's also a little bit of a challenge. I feel like you're challenging me, but it's okay. Point is, how though? How do we do it? How do we do it? But how do we do it?
So I won't spill your beans, but I feel like friends. So I think you have to choose a gang of people in your life that you're committed to. And you have to say to them, where are you at with these things in your life? Whether it's your health, whether it's your money, whether it's your love. And then a real friend will tell you where they're at with those things. And if someone's willing to be vulnerable with you, I feel like you have to see that for the gift it is and then help them. I love my friends that know, I send out an all-star email. That's the best thing I know how to do, right? Is I send out an email once a quarter that's here's what's up with me. I don't really know what's going on with BeautyCon's live event business this year. It seems like it's pretty trashed. So I'm going to launch a TV show, a podcast, a virtual event, and 3 other things. I'm also trying to lose like 18 lbs. Also, I've got some inflammation. Also, I'm kind of down and out, like need to know how to take care of myself if anyone has any tips. People like called me after I sent out that email and they're like, I can't believe you sent out emails saying that you felt overweight. And I was like, well, how am I gonna like take care of myself if I don't get any advice? So I feel like, okay, out of this email, I got a bunch of great doctors, new medicines, I got books to read, I got like all these great things. So I feel like if you can't say what you want, like I don't think you really want it. Which is why I encourage my friends when they say they want things, Bose, to just
I know where you're going.
to just put it like write what you want on a piece of paper. It doesn't mean you have to like publish it on Instagram. But I think someone has to hold each other. We have to as family, right? Like we live in a country where your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, your grandmas don't live around you the way they were meant to. I believe that. I believe that society is cracked because your aunties and uncles and brothers and cousins and all these people, people were raised by a village. Now that village doesn't exist. My sister lives on the other side. My parents live over here. My aunts and uncles live in another country. So like in a society, we have to rebuild what family means. So like you have to choose your family. Okay, who are the 20 people you really give a shit about? Okay, those 20 people, you need to check in, you need to see how they're doing, and you need to like edge them on how are you really doing? What's really going on with you? And be open about it. So I feel like I'm in a zone of recreating that family tribe because this pandemic has taught me what I really, really, really care about is family. I care about who I break bread with, how they're doing, how their love is, how their money is, how my love is. Like I think I realized that the society we were going towards wasn't working because the pressure of like a single household to be everything to each other was like not possible. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes, it totally makes sense.
That's why I love like the beauty con of it all, because all these people are like, I met my best friend there. I see my best friends there. Like it's this community and it's this culture, because that's why you love a concert, an art show, a CD listening, like whatever, a record listening party, a sneaker con, all these things. It's because we need like this whole thing has taught us what do we need? Like, do we need clothes and chains and this? Like, no, what we actually figured out we really need is to go onto someone's Instagram live and listen to them DJ, or we need this connection. Like, you know, we could have, these conferences could have been canceled, but they weren't, because people realized like, oh wow, like what I really, really, really need is togetherness. I think that's the thing.
It's beautiful. That's so beautiful. It's beautiful because I think the whole thought that you've really encapsulated, even about the topic of what, you know, we're talking about, which is like what happens when, you know, your business model goes away, you've just illustrated in that it may not be set up the way that it should be for success, you know, whether that comes out in the family dynamic or whatever other way, but you create it. You know, you can create what that then means, because for me and the way I choose my tribe, right? Or the allies who I listen to, who keep me accountable and honest and push me into uncomfortable spaces, may actually be the solution that we all need in this moment to come out of this pandemic, out of this racial unrest, out of our challenges with government and policy, which does not address or support our needs in LGBTQ ideas and issues. becomes the solution. Like we can choose to create that solution. And I think that's a very beautiful, beautiful sentiment.
Well, I feel like this situation taught us that like the first responders in New York that didn't have a mask, like maybe that was my sister, maybe that was my mom, maybe that was your sister, maybe that was your mom, like maybe George Floyd was my brother, maybe like, right? Like I think people at the end of the day like realize like when they figured out when all of this happened, they're like, doesn't really work for me that people can't get masks and ventilators and healthcare and that they're being murdered at the hands of the police and that it's unsafe, you know, for young men to be taken into juvenile custody and be choked to death. You know, like why are people's children, you know, why is this happening to people's children? And so I all come back to it's the return of the matriarchy and the feminine, because I think when someone cries for their mom, everyone who's a mother, every single person in the world that is a mother knows that that was a fucking sin. Right? And so that's the reckoning that has to happen, is that one person's pain is seriously all of our pain. And that's what any good grandmother would tell you. That's what the matriarchy had to happen that way. So I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. You're ready for it.
Man, you know
and
what?
Our business is because we love hard things, and because we like to be creators, and because we're innovative, and because we can't stop, won't stop, watch me work, because we do jump ropes, because we can run a mile every day for 30 days and inspire people to do Pilates on a Sunday like you. Right? You know, you're one of the most controversial marketers in the space, and you know that. You are.
Little old me.
You are, because you've made it look so easy. You have made it look so fun that people don't even know when you say watch me work, they're not even sure what the work looks like. That's how magical you have made the work.
You know what?
Nobody sees you sweat. Nobody sees you sweat ever.
Under there though, the edges are all up because of the sweat. But Moj, you dropped so many gems. Like I was trying to write them down. I know I missed some, so I'm gonna have to rewatch this. But I can't tell you how much I love you, not just as a friend, but really as an inspiration, because of who you are and how you live and how you aspire. You know, it's really impressive to me and motivating. So I hope that those who are watching could get a glimpse of that, of your brilliance. And man, listen, I'm just sitting here looking at this pain right here, and I'm like, this is gonna have a whole new meaning, because the fact that you said this year is trash, but we can use it as fertilizer to perhaps blossom and grow. Okay, can we just take that home? Okay, wrap that up with this. Yes. Okay. Well, Moj, I thank you so much for this conversation.
I love you both, and you owe me one thing, so I'm gonna get that one thing soon, right?
Yes, Moj. Thank you for holding me accountable. I appreciate you. I love you so much.
I love you guys. Thanks for having me, and you know, we'll see you soon.
Right.
Bye.
Where the sun's shining down on my face, I'm running away. You're in a toxic relationship. Time to be free. never seen the stars come to life, but when I see you, the sky turns to light. And when the light's gone, I'll drown in your eyes. Come with me, I'll take you for a ride. Into the night, I'll teach you how to fly. Let it go, I'll show you paradise. So come with me, I'll take you there tonight. You're my destination. I've traveled the world until tonight, but I've never seen the stars come to life. But when I see you, the sky turns to light. And when the light's gone, I'll drown in your eyes. Come with me, I'll take you for a ride. Into the night, I'll teach you how to fly. Let it go, I'll show you paradise. So come with me, I'll take you there tonight. You're my destination.
I actually had them pull some like transgender.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Welcome to our Time's Still Up. I'm Hillary Rosen with CNN and also on the board of Time's Up and a co-founder of the Time's Up Legal Defense Fund. With my dear friend, who I'm honored to call my dear friend, Tina Chen, the president of Time's Up. Prior to that, she was the chief of staff to the First Lady. She was a successful litigator. While she was at the White House, she actually ran all of the programs supporting women and girls. And Time's Up is so lucky to have her doing this work full time. And I'm so excited to have this conversation today in front of all of my queer friends. Tina, the lesbians love you. You're always one of the most popular people at this conference. So I'm psyched to have this conversation where we can kind of tie everything that's been going on together because it does feel connected, or I'm curious if you feel that way too. You know, these last few weeks, and we'll get more granular about this, but let's start kind of big picture, where we've seen, you know, an increase in domestic violence assaults. We've seen an increase in reporting of online abuse. We've seen an increase, you know, in aggressive racism and conversations about racism and the like. And tell us, how are these all connected in your view?
Well, thanks, Hillary. It is great to be here with you. And as you and Leanne know, like I love coming to Lesbians Who Tech. It's always one of my most fun things to be able to do.
Being adored by the lesbians is the best, isn't it?
Well,
I wish I was adored by the lesbians.
Well, I do love that. I know you keep telling me I need that, I need to sort of like, a whole new world would open up for me. My sexuality I opened up, but it's like mostly I'm just focused on Time's Up and what we need to be doing. But the sort of drinks and laughter and with Lesbians Who Tech is always one of my favorite events. So I'm like glad to be doing this virtually with everybody and hope everybody is safe and healthy during these times. We've all got like really longer hair, right, Hillary? I mean, that's like the thing that's happening. But to your question, yeah, I mean, this is, first of all, for you and me who've been doing women and girl stuff for decades and politics for decades, like 2020, like who knew? I was 12 years old in 1968, but kind of a very aware I used to wear my black armband to middle school, 12-year-old. And it sort of feels like 1968, right? I mean, like it's a convergence, but in a much bigger way because there was no social media in 1968. The Vietnam War only affected a certain segment of the population instead of everybody across the board getting affected by this pandemic. And the amount of change that we're seeing, and activities from folks. But this is beyond that. It's not even 1968. It is so many, has been talked about, the young people on the streets, the trying to react in our neighborhoods to all of our friends and family who may have lost loved ones or who are on the front lines, who are continuing to sacrifice for the rest of us. And then this economic downturn that, unlike the Great Recession of 08 and 09, which again affected a lot of people, but in a certain sector, affecting everybody. I mean, back in 2009, when I first got to the White House, we were sweating every first Friday of every month on the jobs report when we were losing 700, 800,000 jobs a month, which felt terrifying to us. 700, 800,000 jobs a month now sounds like a drop in a 20 million lost jobs bucket, right? So this sweep of the crises, multiple crises that we're in, has affected everybody, and they are all related. It really is all related. I mean, we saw it as we headed into the pandemic, which exposed sort of the reality that many of women workers have known for years, right? Which is that over 80% of frontline workers, are women, whether they're in the caregiving professions and the healthcare professions. That it's also women who were juggling doing their jobs, so they were still on the jobs without childcare now. Because the childcare centers were closed, without schooling, so now they've had to their kids are at home and they're having to both find a place for them, and maybe with an elderly parent around who now was at risk of the flu, so they're trying to manage that at the same time. Many of those who were able to work from home were now finding themselves in high risk situations because their home was actually not safe, which is why there was an increase in domestic violence. Now we see around racial injustice, and I keep trying to remind people it's not just Breonna Taylor, it is a whole list of Sandra Bland, and I've been keeping a list right next to my computer to remember, all these other women, including Ayanna, Monet Stanley Jones, who was a 7-year-old killed 10 years ago in Detroit by police, whose names we can't forget. And it's because these systems, are all related. The structural injustices, that have allowed racism to perpetuate in this country for 400 years is also related to the same structural barriers that keep women from earning a fair wage, from us having the kinds of investments in social services and in entrepreneurship fairly, in eliminating the barriers that allow everyone. And the more issues that things you deal with, you sort of layer on, how many things are you distant from a white man that you are, right? Sort of being a man of color, then being a woman, then being a woman of color, then being an LGBTQIA woman of color who's trying to get a job in this country. The further steps away you are, the added and added and added barriers you confront.
And this notion, I think, of as we work in these movements, and Time's Up is a good example. are we doing enough in each of our respective, lanes to create that kind of allyship around making these connections? I feel like Time's Up has been sort of unique in focusing on this, and I'm wondering what you're finding as you talk to other, presidents of big nonprofit organizations and other people working in this space. Do we feel like this is literally toppling, a system bigger than any of us can imagine that's been built up, by money and power over, hundreds of years? Like it seems insurmountable on our own. Joining together, we can do this.
Well, it is insurmountable on our own. And I do think the ways in which lots of us have been siloed, we've been siloed within the women's movement, as you know, and we've been siloed as a women's movement from other, civil rights and social justice organizations and movements. That some of the method behind the system, perpetuating the existing systems, right, keeping us divided, from one another and siloed from one another, is a way in which, the overall systemic problems don't get addressed. One of the great things about Time's Up, I think, and the unique features of how Time's Up was created and continues to be, as you know, back in the beginning, was
for it, because I think a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. So, what happened with the birth of Time's Up was in the wake of the Harvey Weinstein articles, right? So the Ronan Farrow, Jodi Kantor, Megan Twohey pieces in the New Yorker and the New York Times. Several women in Hollywood came together just on their own, just more as a means of supporting one another, because all of a sudden they realized something they thought they were struggling with alone for so many years, that they weren't alone anymore. And they started, mostly in the beginning, just to share pain and support one another. But very quickly, to their credit, it became, well, how do we turn this pain into some action? How do we actually do something good out of this? And also, to their credit, how do we do this for people that aren't just us, right? That are not women of privilege with a platform, who are celebrities in an industry like the entertainment industry. But how do we do something broader, up and down the wage scale and in industries where there are far more vulnerable women than we are? And along the way, as that thought process was happening, as you remember, Monica Ramirez and the Alliance of Farm Worker Women wrote this beautiful full-page letter in the New York Times that they sent to the women of Hollywood, again, across industry, across socioeconomic status, saying, we see you, we share your pain, we are getting raped in the fields when we're picking fruit and lettuce to put on people's tables. But we see you and we share your pain. We stand in sisterhood with you. Not. It was such an act of grace, and generosity. And I think, we were, in the room, that big auditorium in LA, with about 300 women of Hollywood when this letter was read, and there was not a dry eye in the house. I mean, people sort of really feeling both the pain of the moment and people's experiences, but also this incredible act of sisterhood and realizing the possibilities to make change. And we don't do that enough, right? To reach across industries, to reach up and down the wage scale. And that was important. And so from that, the women of Hollywood really stuck together, and the name Time's Up kind of got born. And as we put together, we saw the need as women were getting threatened as they spoke out using #MeToo that Tarana Burke had started so many years before, and that took off. We were in danger of getting stopped in our tracks, because the typical way that gets silenced in the past, it's, so many of us call it the predator's playbook, was if somebody speaks out, then you throw the book at them. Get your lawyers and your high-powered Hollywood defense lawyers were writing letters, to women, threatening them with defamation lawsuits, or things that they could, ways to shut them up, and we realized we needed to get them lawyers, right, so that they would not get threatened, because otherwise it could have all stopped right then.
Right.
And as you know, our friend Robbie Kaplan stepped in, to help the first one of those lawsuits, Melanie Kolar, who was getting threatened by Brett Ratner. And you helped with a PR that she didn't expect that she was going to have to deal with, but then she was, dealt with. So we realized we needed that for more women. And along the way, as we were putting it together in the few weeks that it took us to do that, I realized as a lawyer, I had always assumed, when you do employment law, there's employment lawyers out there, right? Because they get a cut of the fees if you're successful. And many of us had assumed that took care of things like sexual harassment because it's been around for 30 years. Well, it turns out for low-wage women, not so much, right? Because their wages are so low, then the recovery in their lawsuit is so low, and they weren't getting that. And so we needed a legal defense fund actually to provide lawyers to bring cases for sexual harassment in the first instance, and to get these women damages and the lost wages or whatever else they were entitled to. And so that's how it got put together. I'm always really grateful to the National Women's Law Center, who I always acknowledge in this, because Fatima Gus-Graves, the relatively new president and CEO of that organization, taking it over from the 45-year founders.
We didn't give her a choice.
We did not. I said, here's this new idea, untested. We had this call right around Thanksgiving. And new, untested, but it's a really cool idea. And these women from Hollywood are going to do it. And oh, by the way, we're going to launch it on January 1st and on the red carpet of the Golden Globes. And she's like, but she jumped in, to her credit. We figured it out. It's very complicated to put together a national, sort of lawyer, mechanism like this, but we did it. And, to date, I think it's over 4,500 individuals, 2/3 of whom are low-wage women who we have helped.
I think a lot of people don't realize that. They think of Time's Up and therefore the Legal Defense Fund as kind of a Hollywood based organization, but people don't realize actually that its mission from the women in Hollywood is and continues to be to help access for low wage and middle wage workers, and
absolutely,
that's kind of a guiding principle.
No, it absolutely has always been, and, we work in partnership with folks like the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and with continuing to work with Monica and with the farm worker women, and, with, the folks in the restaurant industry. Many of the cases, have involved, hotel workers, waitresses, the class action for the FBI agents at Quantico, the, several now class actions against McDonald's, for fast food workers.
Right.
Those are the kinds of cases that the Legal Defense Fund is doing. Time's Up, the part of Time's Up that you're on the board of and I head up, we continue to fund it. We have a funding obligation because we are the main source of funds for the Time's Up Legal Defense Fund. Although they make all of the case decisions, we wanted to make sure that it was the legal experts, who make decisions about what cases to take. So we're not involved in those. But we are, continuing to be the financial support, for the Legal Defense Fund.
So let's stay on sexual assault and harassment for a minute before we go back to some of the bigger equity issues. One of our guiding principles is that you have high profile cases that you bring as much attention to as possible, and the media participates in that. Thank God we have dogged reporters and media outlets willing to continue to report these stories, but that essentially it's high profile men in these instances, and we promote them promote the stories as much as possible, the survivor stories, in the hopes that it essentially creates deterrence and awareness and other things, not just relief for the survivors in question. And in fact, all of the survivors we talk to want to tell their story publicly to stop it from happening for other people. It tends never to be for their own publicity. And so I'm wondering, 2 years after we started this, we are still seeing so many survivors coming forward, reporting abuse perpetuated by high profile men who should be aware by now, who get a lot of attention, and we've seen so many just in the past few weeks, whether it's the big rich gamers that we've seen with Facebook Gaming and the game Destiny and others, or allegations against Cole Sprouse or the actor Ansel Elgort, or Twitter personalities. Like, what do you think this is saying? Is this going down? Are we just hearing more about it? Like, what's our general assessment of the state of sexual harassment and assault right now in America?
So, here's what we know from, sort of the surveys. The EEOC even survey, tells us that 85% of women who work have reported that they experienced sexual harassment at some point in their lifetime. So it's really prevalent. It's out there a lot. And because we shouldn't be that surprised. These are the social norms that we were all raised with, that go back past years of my lifetimes, right? I mean, these are the social norms about how women and men interact that have gone back for years and decades and generations. And that's what we're combating. So, no one should be surprised that like in 2.5 years, we didn't solve that, right? Or that we didn't undo or unwind those norms that are so deeply ingrained in all of us, including in men who are repeat offenders and have been trained, grew up thinking that this was okay to do, and this was their entitlement to do. Or what's the problem with this? Don't even see that there is a problem. And, the fact that we just started to peel the covers off of this, in the last years doesn't mean that that's gotten internalized by men at work, that they understand it, that they see it in themselves, that they're changing behavior. We're talking about deep behavior change and recognition that has to happen. And so we shouldn't really be surprised that it's happened. I think it is interesting, and I'm not sure why there's been this sudden reawakening in Raft. I think it is, again, this moment, to go back to your first question, this moment that we're in is empowering, to their credit, lots of people, right? To sort of recognize and speak out and see their relationships at work in very different ways than they did before, and not to settle for things, the way they were before. And I think to find the courage, to speak out. I mean, the work, and you should talk a little bit perhaps about the PR work that you and other of your PR colleagues have done through the Legal Defense Fund, because that was unusual, right? So there's legal defense funds, a lot of this out there with the lawyer piece. The PR piece was unusual for us to put into the Times of Legal Defense Fund because, for a lot of reasons. One is the culture change was important. That was a big part of doing that and allowing survivors to own their own stories and to be empowered to do that when they choose to do it, right? So as one of our really core tenets is survivors get to make a choice. We are going to reinvest them with the agency, and we will support them when they want to make the choice, and whatever choices that they want to make. And that's been an important part of then, I think, as you say, empowering other survivors, right? And taking the silence off. And that's a slow process, right? So I think, slowly people are starting to come into their voice and see it, because it's really risky. I mean, you look at what has happened, to people like Christine Blasey Ford and others, this is not something that people put themselves, out on the line for publicly, especially if the person who assaulted you was somebody very high profile.
It is very risky. I'm reminded of a story of a survivor who, Jennifer Glover, who was a security guard at a nuclear power plant in Nevada, that gets a huge amount of federal funding. And she had reported, a rape and assault repeatedly by her supervisors, and then retaliation when she told, and, we got congressional letters to, the administration. We got front page of the New York Times. We got a huge amount of attention on her story. And yet, we see so many, even of security guards, women in typically male industries, who feel like they can't come forward. We had this recently with the women of the FBI, as we call them, who are all at Quantico training and, just enduring horrible harassment and abuse to the point where they were getting evaluated differently than their male colleagues. And all they all want to do is work. They just want to go to work. They just want to, and in this case, they just want to serve their country. And so there is this kind of structural impediment, and every time you find one of these cases, you want to scream it from the rooftops so that the men in charge will hopefully not just take care of that case, they'll take care of other cases, and do something internally. And I wonder whether you feel like on some of those kind of businesses, we know like every studio in Hollywood has now done sexual harassment training, right? Like that's probably happened. Sexual harassment is still going on in Hollywood, but getting to the short order cook in Altoona, Pennsylvania, in the diner, who's harassing his waitress on a daily basis, that's a challenge.
No, it is a challenge, and we saw, and I think it'll still continue, although federal legislation hasn't moved. I think it's something like 18 states, in the last 2 years have adopted, some forms of changes, including requiring training. In New York, sexual harassment and bystander training are required, from every business in New York down to even if you have just one employee. Illinois has a training requirement, Maryland, New Hampshire, others, to try to get at those. One of the things, I think, I feel like, we need to make more available is some more democratized tools for folks. That's what was the great about the Legal Defense Fund, was it was something anybody could access and get help for, and we need to create more of those. How do we get information? We gave grants out with some of the money we raised to organizations that work with low-wage women to make sure they got the word out and they got the news. But yeah, I am, trying to think, how do we at scale sort of reach those women? How can we, create news that they can use on a regular basis and access easily in the moment, right? And when something happens. And that's something that we're kind of thinking about at Times Up. How can we put some of that kind of work, together as we build these in. And then the other piece of it is, I do think, as you've got these companies paying attention in a way they didn't, they were already starting to pay attention on the sexual harassment front because of the work we've done in the last 2 years. That now in the last month, as we've seen since George Floyd's murder, this renewed awareness on anti-racism, and it is all connected. If you want to build, really eliminate anti-racism, if you want to eliminate sexual harassment, well, the starting point is you build authentically and truly a more diverse workforce, meaning up and down the wage scale. You've got to have leadership that is diverse, and you've got to have, your frontline workers that are diverse as well. And part of it is the way to create that diverse workforce is to create something that operates safely for people and are treating people fairly and are paying them, equal pay, and are, recognizing their contributions. The opportunity now to reach some of those workers is to create those structures and impose on our companies an expectation that they will do that. Have investors insist upon that, and shareholders insist upon that. Have, CEOs who start getting measured not just by how much the stock price is rising, but also, how invested are they in their workforce? What's the turnover rate in the workforce?
Right.
And I think there's a real opportunity. I think there's an opportunity right now to be able to do that.
As people are rethinking their own HR, their own policies, and et cetera. And, that brings us into this equity movement that Time's Up is now spending so much time in. While the Legal Defense Fund is still working on cases, you have brought Time's Up into smack dab into this equity conversation about changing workplaces from the top and from the bottom. And you're doing that by establishing sort of sector verticals, right? With different industries. And, it should be known to this audience that there were techie women right there at the start of Time's Up, helping us formulate this and get it started, from Megan Smith and Lisa at BET, and Gina Holm, who was a head of data.gov at GSA. And so we have had people from tech engaged in Time's Up, and obviously we always need more, and we'd love more people in this audience to engage with us. But talk a little bit about the uniqueness that we found with each of these verticals, because what we found mattered in hospitality isn't necessarily the same issue as women in tech face, and what women in healthcare are facing isn't the same as women in advertising. So
Yeah,
that's that's kind of the future of this work in part.
right. I mean, really what happened in the beginning was organically, so the women in entertainment kind of came together. And there are issues, there are really unique issues in entertainment because as someone, not me, I think Christy Hauberger said this, entertainment's sort of the one business where sometimes it's your job to get naked. Right. I mean, that's like part of the work. So how do you manage that? Right. That's sort of a different piece of how do you manage that creative space and safely. So we actually have a Time's Up guide to intimacy scenes that we put out last December, and how to work in that industry that was really generated from a lot of work with people in the industry. But then seeing that work, the women of advertising came together again, organically, just saying, we've got the same issues, around advertising. We want to do that. And Time's Up Advertising was born. And then similarly, the women in healthcare came together. What's interesting about these three industries, even though they kind of organically started, was there are also three industries that have an outsized effect on the broader culture and the broader community. So it's also a way for us to be working in Time's Up. If you work on entertainment and you change the people who are creating what we're all watching, it's a powerful way to change the narratives and change how women are viewed, change how sexual harassment is viewed. If you're also similarly changing the composition inside advertising companies, then that's what we're watching constantly in the messages we're getting. And healthcare, I mean, fortuitously, our new VP for Time's Up Healthcare started in January. Dr. Lauren Powell's had our very own public health expert, as part of Time's Up as this pandemic hit. And we now see how universal we are all affected by who's delivering our healthcare, right? Because some of the health inequity that we're seeing in the way COVID has hit Black and Brown communities disproportionately is also because we don't have diverse workforces that are making decisions around healthcare, around the delivery of healthcare systems. Part of the skepticism in Black and Brown communities about the messages they were getting about healthcare is because the messengers weren't of their communities, and there weren't healthcare facilities in those, which added urgency to the work that we're doing around building, safe, fair, and dignified work for everyone in the healthcare space as well. And so, we're going to have to keep building those out. And I'm really passionate, Hillary, in this moment, you and I having lived through the moments of the Great Recession in 9 and 10, when the temptation was to disinvest, right? So when the economy's in free fall, right, and people are trying to figure out what to do, the temptation in the past has been, oh, that paid leave, kind of a nice thing to do when times are good, not so important when we're struggling. When in fact, if you'd had paid sick leave at the beginning of this crisis, right, we wouldn't have been scrambling for emergency paid sick leave. People would have been staying home when they were already sick. So these are essential things.
If we had had more Black women in the leadership of companies, we would be in a different race conversation.
Absolutely.
Because of the power structures and local governments and where the money comes from and where it goes and who demands what.
Look at the difference between the way the cities run by women mayors have responded to this crisis versus not, as the countries run by women, leaders of their country versus not. Absolutely. That tells you why diversity matters and the work we're doing matters.
I just want to, Time's Up Tech is still not formed. There are a good group of women engaged in tech. There are unique issues in tech. What we found early on was that people were staying in jobs because they had lower salaries, but more options. And if they left jobs where they felt discriminated against, or if they felt sexually harassed, they felt kind of trapped. Because if you were leaving a lot on the table. You couldn't just walk away. And that's unique to tech. Relative to other industries. People out there who all of these industry verticals have really gotten started by women in the industry. They've come together with the leadership, they've come together with the money to support it, and Time's Up really is there to create the infrastructure and the tools and the connections among them. And so, I encourage people who are interested in this to get engaged.
Absolutely.
If somebody wanted to get involved in Time's Up, what would they do?
Thanks for the sound, Hillary. Absolutely. So it's easy. You can just text the word NOW, NOW, to 30644. So it's really easy. That's how you can get connected to us. You can also go to timesupfoundation.org, but this is a tech crowd, so they're going to text. So it's text the word now to 30644. And, you can get connected and learn about all of these things. We've got, if you're running a company right now, we just put out a month ago, the Time's Up Guide to Equity and Inclusion During Crisis. You can download that. And at our website, which is really practical things. For example, like if you're going to have to put all your desks 6 feet apart, like who's moving off the C-suite floor, right? Pay attention to those kinds of things about how do you keep equity and inclusion from being
You're
lost.
such an expert in this, Tina. Let's get practical for a minute. Some of this audience are actually running teams, running high up in companies that have with significant management responsibilities. And by the way, even if you don't have a significant management role, we all know from our own companies that, workers' voices have never been more important or more listened to than they are right now. What steps should tech companies be thinking about to do this kind of equity check across the board?
Well, I think one of the first things is to do a check across the board, meaning look at your numbers, right? And not just women and men, break it down by, people of color, and what levels, break it down by LGBTQIA, break it down by disabled workers. There's ageism that happens in these places. So break it down.
My dog is going crazy.
Break it down and follow it and metric it and see where are the problems. Because one of the things you find out when you do that is there may be pockets that are doing well and pockets that aren't doing so well, and figure out what that's about. The second thing I've been telling people right now, especially people who are leading companies, is, you may be, if you're a white man and you're trying to figure out how to have a conversation right now, don't let that discomfort that you are experiencing in this moment right now about how to talk about racism or how to talk about gender equity, talk about sexism. Don't let that discomfort you're feeling and you're not sure you're going to use the right words keep you from saying anything. That's the tendency, right? I'm just going to ignore it. We'll put out some nice, sort of statement that our PR people wrote for us about where we stand, and we're not going to do anything internally. Well, that's not going to fly. You need to address these issues internally. And yeah, you might make mistakes, right? You might use the wrong words. You just own it and then apologize. Get help. People should not disinvest from their diversity, equity, and inclusion staff right now. They should double down on them. And if you're a worker or a staff person who's not sure where to go and you can't find the help internally in your company, then reach out, because there's lots of places, and Lesbians Who Tech, as well as Time's Up, have places you can go and people that you can go to and find support and mentors outside your company.
I know you're thinking a lot these days about the invisibility of Black women when it comes to sexual assault and harassment. You've talked about it in terms of equity. Share your thoughts about how these issues connect and some of the special issues that you have found that Black women face in these environments.
Well, we know, for example, that, even though the people working, the president, right, got excited because the jobs numbers last month weren't so bad, and the jobless rate seemed to have fallen to 12%. Well, the jobless rate for women, went up. The jobless rate for Black women, is, while it's for white men and 12%, for Black women, it's like 14.5%, right? And it's going up. And but we don't slice the data. So one of the things we were looking at Time's Up is, the data isn't kept by the usual people who are putting out information. We're not even tracking or naming or identifying what's happening to Black women. We're not doing it for LGBTQ, by the way, either. The trans women who are dying, the trans women who are more affected by COVID, who don't get the services they need. One amazing statistic is, 47% of transgender people who seek services get turned away right now, right? So, those are all, things that we need to be taking a look at and making sure that these issues, aren't invisible.
we're closing. This went so fast. One quick thought, with your equity and lawyer hat on, we had an amazing Supreme Court decision last week for LGBTQ workplace protections. Any thought on how much impact that will have in the broader workplace conversation?
Well, I hope it will have, a huge impact in making sure that LGBTQ workers cannot be fired, in the half of the country where they didn't have state law protections, they now have federal law protections. And I think that's going to extend into other areas in which, you can't be discriminated again based on sex, the word sex, but it's not enough. And we know we've got to do more. And it's also just a statute. So statutes can change if elections are changed. So my final thought, Hillary, is my final thought in everything I'm saying these days is we are in an election year and it matters. And everybody who's listening to this needs to register and they need to get out and vote. And they have got to do that this year.
That is the best closing we could possibly have. November can't come soon enough, as far as I'm concerned. Tina Chen, it's an honor to have you here today. Thank you for your leadership. You're a wonderful leader, a great person. I couldn't be prouder of all the work that you're doing. Take care.
Thanks,
everyone.
back at you. Bye.
walk on stage and I feel the love and the energy, it's like nothing I felt any other place.
I think we're seeing more than ever that technology is really at the intersection of what might truly disrupt and change the social conversation and hopefully the institutions that have kept so many people down. And Lesbians Who Tech is leading the charge.
And we're live.
We're live. We're live.
I am so excited to be starting this conversation. I am Cameron Esposito, with me via book form, but also via an actual conversation. Glennon Doyle.
Yeah.
Hello, Glennon.
Cameron, I can't imagine anybody on earth that I'd rather be having this conversation with.
I truly agree.
We've already been through so much in the last 10 minutes.
I truly agree. Yeah, so I want to say to the Lesbians Who Tech and Allies audience that we are definitely in the group of lesbians and allies, lesbians or allies. Like, we're definitely in this group. Right. You said to me, like, I know that for you, it's more of a, you're like, I'm not sure which of the words, but in the and allies, and there's an ellipsis after it, inclusive queerness vibe. We're sort of in there. Who Tech?
We are imposters.
Firmly outside of that group of people. Like, if that group of people is, that's not us, but
Lesbians who sweat, that we're nailing.
As they try to follow simple instructions that are about clicking. It's impossible. And
can you tell them what you said about just the assumption that people make about skill level? Because that feels right in all of my life. That feels correct.
Yes, I think that there is a sort of assumption right now in pandemic times that I will be able to participate in technologically aided events based on the fact that I live in the world. I think it's a reasonable assumption, but it is an overestimation. Correct. Because each thing has been, it's a brave new world out here. I'm currently, well, this actually like really feeds into how we wanted to start this conversation. Is what we wanted. We talked a little bit before this. Well, actually, I should say also for the folks that are watching that might not know this, you and I know each other.
Yes, we do.
And have worked together a little bit on various live performance stuff. You've been a guest on my podcast. We both have had books come out during the pandemic. Yours is a massive New York Times bestseller, which is so well deserved. And how we wanted to start when we were talking earlier today was around like an idea of being the one. Because I was saying that I had previously interviewed Leanne, who started Lesbians Who Tech, and she talked about that this group of people that participate in this conference are usually folks who are like the singular individual at the company that they work for, the only person who has these identifiers. And that was something I really could relate to as a comic. Is that something that you can relate to?
Yeah, in lots of ways. I mean, first I want to hear you talk about it, because the reason we met is because we were on a tour together. Okay. Yes. I truly, my wife and I both,
we'll tell everyone we know, you are the funniest person that we have ever met. I mean,
Oh,
you on stage is one thing, but you in a phone call is the same thing as you on stage. So that's why I asked if we could, like, do you think that I'm really, like, so on the ball that I would do prep calls? Because I did request a prep call with you.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to hear you tell stories. So
Oh, yeah.
can you talk to us a little bit about, because you've been the one in comedy, you've been the one, I mean, growing up in your town, you were probably the one, you were Cameron your whole life in a
Yeah.
town that was a little different than you, and in your profession. So talk to us a little bit, tell us some stories about being the one.
Right. I mean, I really identify with that because I was raised in an area where there are absolutely no queer people, certainly nobody that also had an eye patch and a bowl cut. I had an eye patch. I was the one. That's what these are, an eye patch and a bowl cut.
Which you can see pictures of in Save Yourself. So please just get the freaking book. Just trust me.
An eye patch and you know, I definitely felt some, like, my gender was always pinging something where, like, it didn't stack up with, like, even before we were getting on this call, a really wonderful, nice person was saying, okay, ladies, we're about to jump in. I was like, oh, please don't use the phrase ladies. It's just that when I hear that phrase, it makes me feel like I'm carrying a basket and wearing a dress, and it, like, I get a very in my head and I can't participate.
You did specify Ireland also. It made you feel like you were in Ireland.
I'm on a bicycle. The place I have to go. I'm bicycling through Ireland. That's exactly how I feel. And so, you know, I think that when I entered the stand-up scene, also at the time that I entered, which is not the very distant past, this is like from sort of, you know, I started doing comedy 15 years ago, 15 years ago professionally, and there were like no women that were my generation. There were always women ahead of me, but my generation, there were very few other women I could connect with, very few other queer people. And so I think something I think a lot about now is that, like, the internet has broken down the boundaries between us, and sometimes I can forget that I have access to, like, every other queer person who does comedy, every other woman who does comedy, everybody else who might be gender nonconforming who does comedy. I have access to all of those people, and it's still in my body. I feel like I'm alone. I feel like I'm doing this alone. And I also have to remember as a white person that I was always white in those situations. So I always had an enormous amount of privilege as I was operating in this feeling of, oh, I'm not feeling alone and isolated. I still was being afforded a certain amount of trust and space just based on, you know, white supremacy. So I think it's like reckoning with, for me, when I think about what is it like being the one, for me, I'm at a place where I'm actually trying to figure out, what is it like not to be the one? What is it like for you and I to know each other? And for you to write a book that I can relate to so much, and for us to have conversations I feel so heard when we talk to each other. Can I soften myself to, like, let that in? Because that's not how I, you know, it's not how I wake up in the morning.
So that's interesting. So when you make it as your identity, yeah, like that's like a point of pride and a badassness. Like there's no time for softness and vulnerability and connection and friendship when you built your entire identity on being the lone wolf.
Exactly. Who needs friends when you can be unhappy and use that as your fuel to work harder?
And your excuse for everything.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you relate to that? Like having a community around you versus, because I know you also started writing on, like, via the internet, you know, and then I've heard a little bit about you transitioning into, like, now I'm in a live space and there's all these people showing up for me.
Yeah, well, that was terrible, actually. It was really, really hard for
I know,
me
I don't mean to laugh.
it's just, I truly, when I found writing, I thought, oh my God, this is so perfect, because it's not easy for me to be out and about among human beings, right? Like, I'm a raging introvert, very sensitive. And so writing is a perfect way to, explore being a person, connect with other people without actual people to deal with, which is always the hardest part of liking people, is dealing with those people, right? So reading and writing, perfect. I mean, and then this weird thing happens if you start writing and then people want to read what you write, which is then they invite you to speak words about what you've written, which actually you and I have talked about. These things don't feel related to me. It's like I was a good baker. So they were like, no, great, now you can be a Navy SEAL, right? Like I like, what?
Yeah, I hear you.
And so Cameron, this is one of my family's favorite stories because now I understand how strange it is, but I was so terrified to speak on stage. Now that's what I do. Okay, that's my job, which is proof you can get used to anything. But I was so scared the first few times that I was on stage that I used to make my sister sit in a chair behind me. I've told you this, right?
Yes.
Behind me on stage.
Yes.
While I spoke to people. But Cameron, I would never tell anyone what she was doing there.
Yes.
So still to this day, people will come up to me and be like, yeah, I saw you speak earlier and it was like this weird panel where you didn't let the other person talk. And so that was not an easy transition for me until I figured out that I could be a speaker and just use my regular voice, just speak how I write, as opposed to changing into this fancy keynote speaker, right? That I could just actually be myself on stage.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there are definitely parts that I like about speaking, but I'm still most comfortable. My zone is, creating deep connections with human beings without human beings involved.
Lennon, you and I actually have that in common because I know that for you, like, I just think that people migrate to the art that maybe feels similar to what you're talking about, regardless of what that is. So for me, stand up doesn't necessarily feel about connection. Well, sometimes it feels like an energetic or spiritual connection. Like that's very true for me. I can really sense people that are in the room and I feel like I'm like communing with them in a way that is very good job, Catholic school. I rejected most of what you had to say, but you did trick me into feeling spiritual. But I don't feel like it is. I still feel that it's a continuation of this idea that I'm the one. What I eventually realized is that I created this community that I really was missing, this like queer accepting community that I was missing, but I don't ever get to be part of it because when you're the person on stage, people don't even want to like talk to you in a normal way. And I don't mean that in like that's not a criticism of the audience. It's just they're there with their friends or their date or themselves, but they're experiencing, it's not meant to be like a hang for me.
It's not social, it's performance.
I'm the thing, they're the people having the hang. And so I realized, again, if that's the feeling that I had, rejected by friends, family, faith community when I came out, I tried to like replicate that and make it my strength. Okay, well, you think I'm, the only one and you think that I should be solitary? Well, allow me to charge you for that, and I like took it to the nth degree. But I think that, and I think this does really work for this conference. It's like this idea of, being marginalized, being othered can be a source of strength if one operates as an oppositional force to that, okay. And individual strength is not enough to get through life.
I hate that. This is the dilemma of my freaking 40s. I finally got to the place where I am so boundaried that I don't let anything into my life that disturbs my peace. And now I have no friends. Now I'm so lonely. Like I have nothing. It's like I developed that self. I developed what I will and will not allow. My boundaries, I'm boundaried. But the thing about other people is that they always are gonna like disturb your peace a little bit. And so if you don't let any of that in, it's the individuality versus the need to belong to a community. That back and forth is the most interesting part of trying to figure out my existence. Like, what do I need in terms of I, and what can I surrender to belong to somebody?
That makes so much sense. And I also think, like, if you're a person who believes that systemic issues are real, like that it's not individual people making decisions. And I know you're that person because I'm that person too. Then I think we have to also, like, at least for myself, and I think I realized, oh, well, then I also can't solve systemic issues as a single person. You know, like homophobia. I'm not the guy that's coming in to change each individual person's mind. I'm trying. Actually, I'm like pretty good at it. That was sort of the basis of my career for a while. But you know, over time, I just don't think that that's what I'm trying to do, and I don't know that it's even possible. So, so I think about like a conference like this, and the idea being bringing people together, and like that might feel like the one, and it's very appealing to me. I mean, again, I'm still talking at the conference. I'm not at the conference. But are you finding yourself, like I hear that it's in your mind or your heart, but like, are you taking action around this, or are you just like in a thinking space right now?
The what being like the one or not the one? I mean, I think I have an interesting experience in that I am just newly and freshly the one. Okay, so interesting. Yes. So I want to get your take on this, your opinion on this, which I've never spoken out loud. So just God help us all with the next 10 minutes. I'm just going to tell you about this experience we just had. Abby and I just had. We're at the bank trying to do the thing where we're like doing grown-up situations. We're filling out forms. We're trying to move to this bank. And the guy hands us the paperwork and it says husband, wife. Okay, on the paperwork. So I, we're at this big table. I say, are you serious? Like, first of all, are you kidding me? Like, we're in the year, whatever year we're in, it's 2020. And you are handing two women who are married, like right now you're telling us that we don't belong here while you're trying to, whatever. So we get through it, we get through the moment that the guy is great. He says, thank you, blah, blah. So we leave and we're talking, Abby and I are talking on the way home, and she says this, she says, I don't understand why in situations like that, you are so comfortable speaking up every time. And I never am, and I never have been.
Oh, wow.
It was this, and Abby's outspoken on the road and in the thing and in the public, but like in our everyday life, that is not, she would not. And so we're unpacking that, because certainly the answer isn't like, I'm braver than her. This is not the answer. Like, she's a fierce, right? And this is what we're playing with. I think it's because I was raised entitled as shit. Like, not in terms of money, right? I mean, my parents were teachers, we were fine. But like, besides being a woman, okay, so we've got that one strike. But everything else, I mean, I am a white woman. I have been in heterosexual marriage before, so I had all the status that came along with that. I was a Christian I was in the predominant religious group. I have been raised with Karen energy, okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And now I arrive on the scene of this, now I'm the one.
Right.
But I'm bringing all of my entitled lifestyle, which, and Abby's talking to me saying, I just wasn't like, I grew up gay in a different time. Like, I was raised to like, stay quiet, swallow it, And so I just think it's an interesting thing to shift from being not the one and having all of that energy and it gives me a little bit of hope. Like, what if all the Karens could switch their energy, like ask to talk to different managers? Like, can I talk to the manager of racism? Can I talk to the manager of homophobia? Like, just channeling all of that What do you think of all of this, Cameron?
Well, I do think that that is a little bit what we're seeing in terms of like white folks who are just showing up to racial justice. And I'm not saying that I just mean like the folks who are in the very, that's been a very interesting moment. I don't even feel like I get to be the one that decides like where I am in that. I don't know who is the one that gets to say you just showed up versus you've been here. I don't know who that person is. It's probably a Black person or a non-Black person of color. It's probably not me, but I will say that like I think with the number of like the amount of like, you know, calling and all that, like that's a very interesting moment that is going to continue to bubble over. But I kind of want to also separate that from what you're talking about queerness, because I think there's like maybe two things going on in queerness. Like Karen energy aside, what this also makes me think about is something, and I feel like you and I have even talked about this before. I don't know. I use this phrase or this term that I don't even know if anybody else uses, where I talk about micro generations in queerness, because like the lived experience of queerness in this country, you know, I graduated from college the week that Massachusetts became the first state to legalize same-sex marriage, and I lived in Massachusetts at the time. So the same week I graduated from college, my girlfriend and I went and we watched people walk out of City Hall married. And if I had been a year older, you know, we really think about like, if you're somebody who attends college, that moment of graduating feels like this big move into adulthood. So essentially, the same week that I, you know, moved into adulthood, I got to experience that transition into a different place of rights in this country. And, you know, also it wasn't legal anywhere else. So it's not like everything, you know, but I think about that all the time, how that affected how I felt about myself. And I just think, you know, when I think about like the generation of queerness that one is not age correlated. It's much more experience correlated. So even, you know, like it doesn't matter your and my age relative to each other, your Abby's age relative to each other. It's sort of like, when did you get here? And people that got here more recently should be more outraged because other people already did the work with the greater risk. And like that's why when young people are like in the streets protesting again and again, we see that like those are the folks who call for like the greatest change. And I think that's because
the risk. It's the risk. Because that's what I will talk to her about tonight. It's the risk. It's because people like her showed up so early and for so long and under such risk, people like me can sit in a meeting and be like, what the hell is this? Because there's no risk. Anymore.
Risk, but
in that room there wasn't.
Exactly.
You know?
That's right. Yeah.
The risk was that he'd be annoyed. Like, big deal. Annoying men is my favorite thing. Right? That's not a risk for me.
Money and go
right. Just leave.
Well, like that's so that to me that's what's so awesome about what you're saying, because it actually means that everybody's doing their jobs relative to how the privilege of where we are in the timeline of like queer rights correlates to the risk that we take on. You know, so like I feel like as an, you know, I'm 38, which I just say because there are so many comics. It's like you get to like 30 and I see comics start to talk about like PC culture ruining everything. I don't really see that with comics younger than that. And it's really people that just can't figure out how to talk like younger people. And they're just like PC culture, but it's like they're like, I don't know how to talk like a young person and I need to sell tickets to young people. Like that's really the complaint. It's like somebody who is frustrated with their ability to do their job. And an asshole, like also an asshole. I don't mean just like it's all like, you know, PC culture is not doing anything. You're an asshole, but it's also that's where that feeling comes from, you know. So I think it's like when I think about what I'm supposed to do right now, because that's what I'm spending so much time. I was gonna say meditating on, but it's anxiously sweating.
It's the opposite of meditating.
Is what's my community? What's my responsibility? What's my anxiety? So, you know, who am I actually watching in this moment? What's my part in that? And then what part might I be acting on just based on wanting to look a certain way?
Yeah. What's performative and what's real transformative work?
Yeah.
For sure. Abby and I always talk about we feel okay-ish if we know that 80% of what we're doing is underwater, is like not being seen. That's like the only measure we can have. Like it's like whether it's anti-racism work or, you know, the Pride Month, whatever, it's like a glacier and 80% of it has to be underwater. And then small parts of it can be what's visible, right?
Because you think that keeps yeah, talk more about that.
Well, I think because I think one of the challenges that I have had, that I have gone through, so I'm not talking about all other people, I'm just talking about me, especially like in showing up for anti-racism work, right? Is that in early moments of a white woman showing up, waking up and figuring out that it's time to show up, she really does think of it as showing up, right? She thinks of it as like, what do I say? What do I do? And then there's an early showing up, and then I don't want to use the word wrong, but like the wrong words come out or the wrong, and that is because any kind of this sort of activism or advocacy is tricky. And so when you show up, you'll get bumped, right? And I think of it in terms of like, if you're holding a mug and it's full of coffee, coffee will spill out. If you're holding a mug of tea, tea will spill out. And so if we're always going to get bumped in advocacy work. And so we have to make sure that the right thing spills out, right? And the only way to make sure the right thing is in your mug is if you're doing the work behind the scenes that actually changes who you are, right? So reading, listening, following, like deep listening, right? All of these things that kind of, and then when there's enough of that, like behind the scenes work that's done, that's transformative instead of performative, then people show up differently, right? And I think
that's really interesting. Yeah,
they say different things. They have a different energy. Like white women who show up have a deep humility. Like that's what we should all have, is a deep humility that it took us this long to show up until we were personally affected, right? So there's just things that you can sense in a person who has done the behind the scenes work before showing up, right? And I think that that's why people get upset when the wrong thing is said. It's not just because the wrong thing was said, it's because that is proof that no work behind the scenes was done before arriving on the scene.
Right. That's I feel like that what you're saying right now is also, when I think about who, I mean, I'm just like making some assumptions about what our audience is right now, but I do know that you had to have a LinkedIn to register.
Oh,
so
these are fancy ass people.
Says a whole thing to me about
Do you
something.
have LinkedIn? I don't have LinkedIn.
Certainly do not. What would even be on that?
I don't know.
Actually, I'm
jobs,
sure some
resumes.
Yes, I know. My resume.
Xerox machines.
Would be a whole. What would be the best? Okay, this is going to be a slight divergence, but what would be if you had to like? Okay, you are going to have your LinkedIn or whatever. What would be? Do you have? Because I know you were like. I know you're a teacher, but was there any? Did you have any weird jobs?
I mean, I was a waitress. I was a shot girl in a bar before I became a feminist. Before I became a feminist and got fixed of those sorts of things, I was a shot girl.
Sure.
And then I was an elementary school teacher. As you do, you move from shot girl to elementary school teacher, and that's what I was. Yeah.
I kind of feel like the people buying those shots are assuming you're an
elementary school teacher.
I mean, that's part of it.
Yeah. It's part of the whole thing. The knee socks. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine would be when I was like, I have had every job, like serious jobs that were, I work in a law firm, or like I work in a school, but I also have had jobs, like I'm the person that dresses up as a granola bar to hand you a granola bar because it's like a new granola bar.
Do we have pictures of that?
I am trying to think if I do. I don't think I do, but like that is called promotions, and I did that for a while. And it's one version of it is you can be a shot girl, you can give, but if you're if you wear vests all the time, which I constantly wore vests at this time in my life, they go, you won't be the shot girl.
You're more of a granola
Would you like to be a granola?
granola bar type. Got it.
Yeah.
But same.
Same, absolutely. I want to ask you, and I'm aware of the time, so I'm not sure how far we'll fully be able to get into this.
2 minutes.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. I wanted to ask you about Share the Mic, which is that you did, and maybe the 2 minutes could be 3 minutes. I'm actually seeing 3 minutes.
3.
Maybe the 3 minutes could be, and you know what? If we bump Elizabeth Warren.
Who is it? Elizabeth Warren. I mean,
Yet. Just a little more time for her to figure out
how to fix that
policy. Yeah. But truly,
No
I am so
pressure.
excited that Alicia Garza
Alicia Garza. I know.
very, very smart person, and Elizabeth Warren, very smart person. Can't.
I
wait
bet
till we talk.
neither of them has ever been a granola bar, though.
Well, some of us eat early. I wanted to ask you if maybe if you could describe very, very briefly what Share the Mic is, and if there is any upcoming action. And you could also say, I don't know.
Okay, 2 minute version is, so I was on a text chain with, it was Oma St. John and Lovey Jai Jones, 2 of my dear friends, and it was in the middle of all of this. And both said, I'm using my voice, but I feel like I'm screaming into the wind. And I just texted back and was like, why don't you take my platform? I've got 1 million people there, like on Instagram. I'll give you my password, just take it for the day. It's 1 megaphone. Like it's something. And so a few minutes later, Levy and Bose called me and they were like, okay, so what if we do that idea, but with like 50 women, Black women who have been using their voices for change, and 50 white women with huge platforms. And we have the white women surrender their platforms to these Black women, and we flood social media with the voices of Black women, because obviously that's not going to solve the world, okay? But it is going to point people towards the leaders that we need to listen to if we ever are going to solve the world, which are just always the women of color, right? So then Levy and Bo said, okay, so Glennon, here's the deal. We're going to go get the Black women and you go get the white women. And then I sat at my kitchen table for 20 minutes going, just sweating. Like, how does one get the white women, Abby? What does that mean? I don't. And Abby just was like, how do we get ourselves into it? So the cool thing is I just started texting people, and you were one of them, and I didn't have anything to say other than, how do you feel about this idea? And this is one of the times that I knew that something was different in this moment, because usually when you ask, a bunch of women with big platform questions, they want to know who else is involved, they want to know, and in this instance, every single woman was just like, yes, tell me what to do. So I turned into Share the Mic Now. It was pretty amazing. I think there was like 17 billion impressions. I don't know what that means. I just know that someone wrote that to me in an email, and it's a lot. Whatever impressions are, it's a hell of a lot of them.
It's when you make your voice sound like someone else.
Right, which is so weird because I didn't even see any of those.
These are jokes. Anyway, keep going.
So anyway, our idea for the next one, which we're still creating, is I think we're going to hope, like every partner, we paired people up. We're hoping that we are going to ask every partner to make their own partnership. So cool. You, Cameron, would you would choose the person that you wanted, and your partner would choose, and then those two would do it. So it becomes like this family tree. But there's a lot of people, like they're doing Share the Mic Now New Zealand, Share the Mic Now Med, like within industries, and people are just doing it on their own, and it's cool. It's something. It's something, and it was born from relationships, and I think that's always the best actions.
Yeah.
Born from friendships.
Yeah, maybe I'll just, as we head out, maybe I will shout out my partner, which was Elle Hearns, and Elle is the founder of the Marsha P. Johnson Foundation, and it's Pride Month, and we're at the Lesbians Who Tech and Allies conference, so it's a great time to say the folks who donate to the Marsha P. Johnson Foundation.
Love it. And my partner was the Tarana Burke, who we all know is founder of Me Too movement. And she just educated the hell out of my people. It was awesome. So yeah, that's that. And it was fun to do it with you. You were just wonderful and thoughtful and helped us so much with it. One of the things I love about you, Cameron, is that you always say the brave thing that a lot of people would be afraid to say, but then makes everything better the next time, and by better I mean more inclusive. Like you just always take care of people who are not in the conversation.
Oh man, I don't know how to take compliments.
Okay, just smile. Just breathe. Just say, thank you, Glennon. Thank you,
Glennon.
You're welcome,
So
Cameron.
nice of you to say.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like that's a beautiful spot to end. And I want to say that if anybody hasn't read Untamed, it's a beautiful book. And I would also recommend it, like, it's a great time for audiobooks. So
yeah.
That's what I've been doing to, like, besides sometimes reading on my own, to feel like I'm not the one. I find that somebody's voice in my ears can sometimes make me feel connected during the time when that's a little harder.
I'm so annoyed that we didn't. I usually have Save Yourself right here.
Oh, I've got one too. Don't worry.
Can you just hold it up, please, for me? Yeah, because you know how much I love that book. So good, so real, so true, and so funny.
You were very nice to me about it, and that meant a lot because I really look up to you as a writer. So thank you. Okay, thank you for this conversation, and thank you to everyone who put this on behind the scenes and for having us.
Good job. Good job.
And I guess I'll just leave, and then the next thing that happens is that Alicia Garza and Elizabeth Moore.
Right. I'm sure it'll be the same as our conversation. Just
exactly
more the same.
Exactly the same. Yes. Thank you all so much.
Bye. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
It truly is about the preciousness of each and every life. It is about the worth of every human being.
And the power of women to make sure that as our country enters a new political era, that the voices of the people will be heard.
Our lives are valuable, that we matter, right? That we deserve to be able to live in dignity, that we're human beings, and that our humanity should be respected and affirmed and appreciated. And if we want to get to that place where all lives matter, then we have to acknowledge that Black lives matter too. Someone engaged me and said, well, where is BLM on this issue? Why have you not spoken up? You're not being a very good ally. And I just had to sit with this, like, I'm not an ally. Like, gay as hell.
Just address it right here. women win.
The contributions of women, of Black women in particular, have been erased over and over and over again. Why should we not fight to have our contributions recognized?
We have a vision, and that vision defines who we are as a people. First, we fight for basic dignity and respect for every human being, period. No compromise, no backing up.
I think the first thing that feels pretty obvious, but if it's not obvious, we should just say it, is that the way that this upsurge has been able to emerge with visible, unapologetic leadership from queer folks.
Let us remind each other what we believe in and why we fight and why we will keep right on fighting.
Hey, everybody, what is up? Okay, so obviously I get the honor and the pleasure of interviewing today one of my absolute heroes. You know, Senator Warren knows that whenever I get phone calls from her, at least since, you know, COVID ravished our country, that I always burst out crying. So if you are like me, you know that Senator Elizabeth Warren is one of the coolest people on the planet, one of the people who makes my heart sing and also really activates my imagination and my hope and my knowledge, right? That there is a better time coming and it is on the horizon and we just have to reach for it and keep fighting for it. So Senator Warren, thank you so much for being here today.
Oh, Alicia, I am so glad to be here with you. You know, every time we talk, it's a heart to heart because I think what's happened at this time of this horrible pandemic and this time of this horrible president in the time of the deaths that have occurred and the deaths that have occurred of Black men and Black women and how we've seen this. I think this is a moment when more than ever, we got to connect heart to heart. And so I'm just so grateful to have you for a friend that we can do this.
Oh, well, I'm grateful to have you for a friend, and I'm not going to stop fighting for you to be a leader of this country. So how's that? You're already leading in the Senate, but you know, we have big plans for you, my friend.
Well, we stay in this fight together. We make each other stronger in these fights, all of us.
Excellent. So let's start off. I've got a bunch of questions for you, and I know folks are like, so what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about all the things. So let's start off with this. We are in the midst of an incredible movement. And certainly there are not only uprisings that are happening across the country in defense of Black lives and fighting for Black lives, but certainly I think there's a lot of reckoning that is in front of our country right now. And so I wanted to talk with you, you know, as a leader who has been really pushing us to address disparities in the rules that are rigged against our communities, but also in our culture and in our society. And I'm hoping that you can tell people who are watching about your journey with respect to being anti-racist. How did this journey start for you, and where could you say that it's led you thus far?
So for me, it starts with how I have been blessed. Blessed by so many women, so many Black women who have invested in my education. They've spent 15 minutes on the phone or 10 minutes or half an hour in person talking to me about real problems and what those problems mean in their lives. The other thing they've done is they've held me accountable and tell me when I don't get it right and say, here's what we need, here's what it takes. You know, I'm somebody who never thought I'd get into politics. I spent my career getting to the bottom of one urgent question: why America's promise works for some families, but others who work just as hard slip through the cracks and into disaster. And what I found is these are not cracks. These were traps that were deliberately laid to rip opportunity from Black and brown families. And when I was on the economic recovery panel, we focused on the fact that the crisis hurt Black and brown families harder than anyone else. So when I ran for president, you ask about the journey here. When I ran for president, I wanted to be intentional about that, not just say, oh, everything's going to get better for everybody. So I worked on a housing plan that would dismantle systemic racism in housing. I worked on a student loan debt cancellation plan that would help close the Black-white wealth gap. I worked on criminal justice reform that would reimagine public safety. I think that the most important thing any leader can do is listen and learn. And this is especially true when it comes to dismantling systemic racism. It is just not enough to stand as an ally. Now is the time for all of us to be anti-racist and follow the lead of Black women in our approach to justice.
You better come through. So here's the deal. Yes, 100%. And what's also real is that in this moment in this country, I wish I could say that everybody across the nation is saying Black Lives Matter. But what we know is that there is the majority of this country that is saying Black Lives Matter. And then there is a minority of this country that is pushing back, right, against the idea that we as a nation must transform in order for us to fulfill the promise that this country has offered for so long. I'm wondering though, because I think there is let's call it the middle part of the Venn diagram, if you will, where there may be some folks out there, especially white folks, who are saying things like, yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of tired of all this race talk. I feel like if we just stop talking about race, then maybe we can come back together again as a nation. I'm wondering if you can reflect a little bit to that audience. What would you offer about what's on the other side if we stick with uprooting racism in every aspect of our lives?
Well, I think it's important to realize that Black and brown people are forced to think about race in every area in their lives every day. I have not personally experienced and can never truly understand the fear, the oppression, and the pain that confronts Black Americans, but none of us can ignore what is happening in this country. You know, America was founded on principles of liberty and freedom, but it was built on the backs of enslaved people. This is a truth we must not ignore. Racism and white supremacy have shaped every crucial aspect of our economy and our political system for generations now. So you asked about what happens if we uproot racism. If we uproot racism, we can have the America of our greatest imaginations. So just for a minute, imagine with me what that would mean. Imagine an America where no matter the color of your skin, who you love, or where you were born, you are safe. And your opportunities look pretty much like the opportunities of everyone else in this country. Imagine a country where private prisons and detention centers don't exist and no one makes a profit from locking people up. Imagine a country where Black people, Black families, and Black lives matter. That America is within our reach, and it's up to us to fight for it. And I understand the responsibility that I and others have as white Americans to dismantle a system that has too often undervalued Black lives. We cannot just be allies, we must be anti-racists.
You better come on. Yes, 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 yes. And if we were on the summit stage in person, people would be going bananas. So hopefully people are going bananas in their homes while they're watching us right now. Because I'm going bananas inside my soul. I'm sure you all could also hear my doorbell. That's just what time it is here. Sorry about that. So here's the deal. It is Pride Month, and we also know that Pride started as an uprising.
Yes, it did.
And, I'm reflecting as we kind of move into the end of Pride Month. I'm just reflecting that there's so much misinformation about the history of Pride, and that leads to a a lack of acknowledgement of the work that we still have to do to meet the challenge that folks like Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson really pushed us to think about. I would be remiss if I didn't say that what is real is that while we are celebrating being out, while we are celebrating being our full selves and living in our full dignity, our family, our trans family, does not have access in the way that they should. To being able to realize that vision. Not only are trans folks being murdered, and to be specific, Black trans women form, the majority of trans murders that have happened over the last few years, and certainly that's true this year. But we shouldn't just talk about Black trans folks in death. Like, we should also be talking about how we support our trans family in life. And so I'm wondering if you can talk with us a little bit about what we can do to co-conspire, right? As cisgender people and transgender people, how can we co-conspire to make sure that trans folks get to live full and dignified lives? What can we be doing as cisgender people to make sure that that's happening?
So I love the question. And we start by saying out loud, Black trans lives matter, and saying it over and over. I am so glad we say we can't have a narrow conversation here. We need a big conversation about all of our family. And I think you're exactly right. We're reminded about this in Pride Month, and the whole notion that Pride Month does trace its origins back to an uprising, to a demonstration against police violence. And that Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera helped lead that Stonewall uprising that sparked the LGBTQ plus rights movement. And today, as you say, Black trans women are still especially vulnerable to violence. Black trans women are being murdered at alarming rates across this country, and this is an urgent crisis we cannot ignore. So the first thing we have to do is we have to center Black trans voices in this work. And I think that starts with doing a better job of directing federal resources toward the organizations that are developed by and for the populations we're seeking to serve, and specifically channeling more resources into organizations by and for trans people, especially trans people of color. I think that's a way that we help make this happen. Lift up the voices.
I love that. Well, I know one commitment that I'm going to make as a cisgender Black queer woman is I'm going to continue to make safe space for us to love in public, and for us to love our trans family in public, because the reality is the Black trans folks are being attacked by a lot of factors, and it is both policing and police, but it is also very much a lack of infrastructure in our communities that supports the full and dignified lives of trans folks, whether that be in employment, whether that be accessing healthcare. But then there's also this dynamic that's real, which is that, we don't talk enough as cis people about how to how to grapple with our desires. Everything in our society says that, our love for trans people should be in private, right? But when it comes to public sphere, right, and loving trans folks in public, that is often the intersection at which trans folks are losing their lives because, right, there's a deep shame there that doesn't exist in the dark, that exists in the light, and that's our responsibility as cis people. So I want to talk about, the reason that I'm raising this, Senator Warren, is because as a part of this reckoning in this country right now, I think we are reckoning both with how to change rigged rules, and I think we're also reckoning with how to change culture and how to change our norms and how to change the way that we understand what is acceptable in our communities and what's acceptable in our country, and certainly how we show up to be a more responsive and responsible partner globally. And so this is a group of folks who are queer in tech, right? Non-binary, queer, trans, LGBT, all the things. And I want to talk policy because I know policy is your love language.
I'm ready. It is.
Here's the deal. We are not only in a moment of reckoning, but I know my phone is ringing off the hook every day. People are like, well, can you come and talk to my tech company about how to make Black Lives Matter? And I'm like, well, let's start with your C-suite. What's going on there? But I'm wondering if we can zoom out, Senator Warren, to talk about what do we need to do from a policy perspective to make Black Lives Matter in the tech sector, but also just in our economy in general? What are some of the rules that we need to change to help people understand how they can make Black Lives Matter in the boardroom, in their workplaces, in our churches, in our schools? Give me your top 3 ideas. I know you sent me 26 pages when we interviewed you.
Yeah, well, but you're so right. Let's talk policy for just a minute, because when you change policies, now we open up opportunities that just weren't there before. So here's where I want to start. I want to start by giving Black entrepreneurs a level playing field.
Yes.
The typical Black entrepreneur has a third of the startup capital of a white entrepreneur. I want you to think about that, right? We need to close that gap. And of course, as you know, I have a plan for that. But we also need to recognize, so here's the next part of this, that even if we fully close the gap on startup capital, which I got a plan to do, deep systemic issues are going to continue to tilt the playing field against entrepreneurs of color. Investors are more likely to partner with entrepreneurs that share their gender or race. There have been studies on this. In fact, about 86% of venture capitalists are white, and guess who they invest in? And so that's how it continues to happen. So here's what we could do about that. Government should be leading the way by diversifying investment managers for pension and retirement funds, and by putting more money into the hands of minority-owned investment managers. Government can also play an active role in ensuring equal opportunities for Black workers by putting stricter requirements, and there's my third one, on companies that want government contracts. So, for example, think about this. About 1 in every 4 workers in America works for a company that has a contract with the federal government.
Wow.
And most of those companies want to hang on to those contracts. So look at the leverage here. It would be possible to deny contracts to any company that has a poor record on diversity and equal pay, or to say, if you want to bid for these contracts, as a contractor, you're going to have to pay fair wages and benefits. Many major tech companies like Amazon and Microsoft, they're out there bidding for these contracts. So there are 3 steps
that we could take that would make a huge difference in opportunity. And understand this about opportunity. It's opportunity for each one of those entrepreneurs, each one of those workers, each one of those people who gets a chance to make it to the C-suite. But it means it's opportunity for all of us because it gives us the chance to let everybody contribute. That's how you raise GDP. That's how you increase the wealth of the entire nation, is create more opportunity, not just for a slice, create more opportunity for everyone. No one's talent should be wasted. And we could do that with some policy changes in Washington.
Yes, yes,
We could.
yes. Okay, we're gonna do a little dance here. Okay. All right, let's talk about the Rona, because Miss Rona got me all the way messed up. I've been in my house for almost 3 months now. We're wiling out at this point. And we know that Black communities in particular are not just vulnerable to the Rona, but we're actually under attack, is the way that I. And the refusal to change the rules that are rigged against our communities is a big part of why the Rona is so prevalent in Black communities and why Black communities are dying at higher rates in response to the Rona. So there's a bill that's moving through Congress, and it's the HEROES Act. And we're so excited about all of the ways in which we have pushed to identify who are essential workers in this country, and Black workers are right at the center of that. So thank you for that. And there's more that we can do, right, to help strengthen this bill to make sure that Black communities are not being left behind. So can you talk with us a little bit about how we can strengthen legislation that's moving through Congress right now in relationship to the Rona and Rona relief and Rona recovery to make sure that our communities are front and center?
Yeah. So, as you rightly identify, from housing to economic stability to access to healthcare, the coronavirus has laid bare the deep inequities that persist in America. They're now out there for everyone to see. And our response must center on the unshakable truth that racism, discrimination, and bias across our basic systems have left communities of color in even greater danger during this outbreak. So that's where we start. Now, the HEROES Act that passed the House is a good first step. For example, it includes important protections for essential workers who are predominantly women of color. And as you know, this is something I've been fighting for a long time, and we've gotten it mostly in this House bill. And I'm really happy about this. I'll just say off to the side because I always have to wonk out on policy.
Oh, good.
Well, but this really is. This is about making sure that the people who are out on the front lines have full personal protective equipment and that they have whistleblower protections. If they know something's wrong, they can raise their hand and they're not going to get fired for it. It also means they get bonus pay for being out there, and they get protection for their collective bargaining agreement, a right to join a union, and they should get childcare covered. These are things that would help lift up and protect, along with full health care coverage and paid family and medical leave. These are the folks who are putting their lives on the line for the rest of us. The rest of us should be helping out. And that's what the Essential Workers Bill of Rights is about. So we've gotten most of that into the House bill. I want to see that move, but we need to go further in many areas, including additional relief for child care providers. They are really up against the wall. And if they don't have the support so that they can open and stay open, then parents of small children just won't be able to go to work. We need stronger provisions to promote transparency and protect against corruption in how this money is being spent. And that's everything from the money on testing all the way through to the $500 billion slush fund that has been created for the Treasury Department and Donald Trump that potentially could be used just to reward political friends and punish political enemies. So we need a lot more transparency in this system. Those would be things that would help make it stronger and better.
Amazing. Okay, so you said it, you brought him up, so now I got to finish it. I mean, are we really like ending funding for Rona testing? Is that what the president announced today? Like, what are we doing?
You know, who knows? I was still caught in the, he said he slowed down testing because when there's more testing, there's more coronavirus. I mean, that is like one of the most bizarre statements I've ever heard. Only to have his own people turn around and say he was just kidding, only to have him turn around and say, no, I wasn't kidding. You know, the failure of this president to step up in this crisis has been deeply, deeply shocking. And I know he's been already horrible in so many ways. You say, I'm beyond being shocked. But this one really is. He has cost people their lives. He has cost people jobs. He's cost people their economic security. And exactly as you say, this is falling hardest on communities of color. It's falling hardest on low-income workers. It's falling hardest on gig workers and people who are independent. And this is a president who just can't see beyond himself. This is a man who has no human empathy in him. And so if he thinks it somehow helps Donald Trump to end testing, that's where he'll be. And in the next half hour, if he thinks there's something else that helps Donald Trump, that's where he'll go. Because that's the kind of man he's shown us that he is.
Well, speaking of the menace in the White House,
Yeah.
we got a big election coming up.
Yes, we do.
There are primaries happening right now, so I hope that people who are watching haven't forgotten that voting is still happening, and we had some incredible primaries and results actually in states across the nation, including New York yesterday, and we've got some really great folks who won their primary challenges. And we still have a lot of work to do, right? We should not kick up our feet and just assume that the hurricane that's happening in the White House is going to go away if we just hang out and kick back. So let me ask you from your perspective, what's at stake in November? We know what's happening at the top of the ticket, but as a senator, please, my goodness, tell us what is at stake and why it is that people need to participate. And then maybe you could tell our audience a little bit about what they need to know and how they can make a difference in November.
2020 will be the most important election of our lifetime. And the contrast between Joe Biden and Donald Trump could not be clearer. We have a chance to choose compassion over cruelty, to choose empathy over ego, to choose facts over fear, to choose hope over hate. This election will determine the direction we take as a nation, and it will also decide the kind of America that future generations inherit. So we need to get this conversation going with everybody. And you want to know what you can do to help? Get this conversation going now with your families, with your friends, with your loved ones. We need to do everything in our power to make Joe Biden the next president of the United States, not just for our own sake, but for the sake of our children and for our grandchildren. It's all on the line here, and we have to deliver. So start now.
Okay, I got one more quick question, and this is like because we just got into all these real serious topics, so let's shake it.
Okay. All right.
Haven't registered to vote, go ahead and do that. Register by mail. If you skip the primaries, okay, but don't skip the general. Please, please, please. But here's my very last question, which is, being quarantined and then now being in Rona Rebellion, I feel like I have developed all of these unique Rona habits that help me get through my day. I'm obsessed now with diffusers, and I need to have my little oils, to set my mood right. That might be the Bay Area in me, but it might just be what I need. Tell me about any unique habits that you have developed during quarantine, live and direct from Miss Rona.
All right. So I have to admit, I have favorite creams.
Oh, yes.
And I have picked up the habit, not just on my feet and my legs. And I sometimes at night think, I'm just going to do this to my toes until it feels so good. And then I put on a pair of socks over it. So it just holds it in. And I want you guys to know, coronavirus has a lot that's terrible, but my feet have loved it. The other thing I've been doing is walking. I've been pushing my miles up every single day. Now, always with a mask, but walking. I'm out there.
I love this. Oh my gosh. So Senator Warren just said that she is keeping the ash away. Okay, this is amazing.
Yeah.
No ashy feet, no ashy hands, and also get your walk on, but always wear a mask over your nose, mouth, and chin. Keep that blocked out, all the whole thing. Thank you, Senator Warren, for joining us today. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you, and let's kick some butt, man. We got things
Let's
to
do it. Let's do it, Alicia. Thank you. Thank you.
Mwah.
the feelings start. I put a wall around my heart, but you're breaking it.